Why does it look like that? Yeah. What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good, y'all? What's good? Talk about the Sonya Massey case today. Cop found guilty on a guilty verdict, second-degree murder. Yeah, I guess she got justice. Well, yeah, I don't know if y'all remember this case. She, what do you call it? So I said this Christianity thing, man. Boy, it is wild. Why? Yeah. Back on top of this, Sonya, if y'all remember her, the Sonya Massey case. I don't know if y'all remember this. The police, she called the police because I guess there was an attempt break-in, and what do you call it? She called the police, came back to her house, started running their little jokes, and bam, went inside. She told them, "I rebuke you," and then they shot her. So, yeah. I don't know if y'all remember this case. Calvin, what's good? I don't know if y'all remember this case, but this case was a pretty interesting one, Yeah, it's crazy. People getting shot for saying "I rebuke you" and all them things. So it was this one was kind of crazy because, it's Christianity. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like. I don't know if you feel like if by she saying that she was putting a spell on him or whatever, what was going on, but he shot her. It's true though. I heard that they folks out there and family and friends, the state that they in, that should have been a death penalty case. If that was somebody else, that it would have been a death penalty. So yeah, that is a little bit strange how they don't give him second-degree murder. It's not like he was defending himself or someone tried to come at him or whatever. So yeah, it is madness. I guess that's why the outrage and everybody is tripping out here going on. But yeah, I don't know who remember this case. Who out there is, but this was very crazy. Call someone for help, and they come and shoot you, and acting like you the crazy one because someone, yeah, that is a wild thing. Craziness around here. I just noticed that. Craziness. I'm gonna go ahead and run the react to the video. I don't know what my channel doing this. And I'm gonna get into some stuff, break down a couple of things. What some of the things I talked about before, some of the things I'm gonna be talking about, what the people was talking about at the press conference and all that stuff. So yeah, shit. I don't know what Sonya did to deserve this, or whatever that lady was going through, or whatever issue was mental health, like what they said she was. Because everything is just like, but I'm kind of like, You know, like second degree carry a long time though. It's 20 years. I don't know, was it 20? I don't know how much is it over in the United States, but carry, um, sentence carries a long time, I believe. So yeah, it's crazy. Um, it's madness, but I'm happy that they came to a thing with this case because and whoever behind this is true. Like you don't really want to write right now. You know what I mean? You don't really so people gotta understand too. They gotta give respect, to the government on this one because bam, yo, you know, they gave a guilty verdict because I thought because of the police of the new rules that they got over there, police couldn't go to a lot of the way they was explaining it's like oh if a police involved in a shooting with anybody they really can't get in trouble. So I was kind of like all right, it's good to see this is happening and all that. But yeah, oh yeah, Thursday today, Thursday. Yeah, this is what do you call it though? Can't lie, I'm kind of like wow. They you know give give him do some time for shooting an innocent woman because she wasn't doing nothing. She was sitting there in her kitchen, and then he tried to say, oh, she tried to throw the pot of hot water on him. If anybody who remember this story, that's what basically was trying to spread through. But yeah, lady got shot because she said I rebuked you. Crazy, crazy. I'm telling you, there's some people. Their Christianity of what they believe in is totally. It's I don't know. But just imagine your grandma, or great somebody getting shot because they said I rebuked you. And that shit is wow, crazy. But yeah, they Sean dude, he about to get the second degree on and Sonya's case verdict and all that. So hell is that? I don't know. I'm not talking to y'all. I'm just seeing this thing that pop up on my computer. And some shit I never saw there. But yeah, I'm kind of happy that they're getting through this. No, no. What do you call it? No, no. No. Kind of right and all that because you could clear as day you could see like he was trying to he shot her purposely. She wasn't trying to throw no hot water. She was trying. She was just saying some word of the out of the Bible, some shit, some of the stuff that they be doing at their church because they'd been at their church and they'd be talking about if they ever get in trouble or come towards any demon, the first thing they're gonna say is like, "And I rebuke you." Like it's just like it's a thing, you know, Bronze. What up, brother? Yeah, you wanna, that, but yeah, it's that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy, though. That shit is crazy. I don't know. That shit is crazy, man. Somebody got shot because they said I rebuked you. And that's some shit.
Imagine being able to build anything. To begin in the high-stakes trial of the former sheriff's deputy accused of shooting and killing an unarmed Sonya Massey.
Sheriff's Office!
Sean Grayson taking the stand in his own defense Monday, telling the jury he thought Massey was threatening him the night he and his partner responded to her home near Springfield last year. Massey had called 911 to report a disturbance.
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from hot steaming water?
Yeah.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Grayson says he took the phrase, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," as a threat, testifying.
Yeah, but how is that a threat? How is that a threat? I thought most police officers were Christian. You know, I don't know. And y'all should know the what do you call it? The words in the Bible. Y'all kind of running around and know nothing about the Bible and say y'all Christian, because if y'all should know, like, I think that I'm pretty sure that's everything a Christian, you know, will say when they get in trouble. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, why did he take that as a threat? Is that a threat? Is that word? Is those words supposed to be something as a threat? Like, damn. That's the stuff right there. That's crazy. Somebody said, I rebuked you in the name of Jesus. They clearly say Jesus. It's not like they say devil. You know what I mean? You're going to hell, or you're Satan, or shit like that. They say, I rebuked you in the name of Jesus. And damn, you shot her. And those words make you feel threatened? No wonder you went to jail. You couldn't come up with nothing better than that? You're saying that somebody that said, I rebuked you in the name of Jesus. That's what he's saying. That's what he told the court. Yeah. And you got to remember, they kind of like base everything off the Bible. So I don't know. Weird as hell.
He thought she was going to throw the pot of boiling water on him.
I swear to God, I'll shoot you in your face.
But in body camera video, Massey doesn't raise the pot until after he raises his gun, a key distinction, prosecutors.
Yeah, that's wild. Like,
say he shoots and kills her moments later.
He don't. That's a crazy part. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. That's a crazy part. Like, that's wild. Like, how do you shoot somebody for saying I rebuked you? Yeah, like straight out devil. Straight out, like, you know, demonic shit, yeah. Straight up demonic shit. I said, some of you people say you like y'all believe in Christianity and all that stuff. Man, y'all gotta take this on. Y'all gotta believe it on the same thing when y'all go on your job. You can't just go to when you go home, when you go to church. You know what all that shit, you believe in it, but you think that's a threat of somebody saying I rebuke you.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Grayson telling the jury he didn't use a taser because he had an older model, and Massey was wearing multiple layers of clothing, saying he didn't
What?
want to take the chance of it malfunctioning.
Now, before Grayson took the stand, his
What?
partner, who responded.
What? Oh, I can't believe you said that. You sound like an idiot talking. You said that?
Really second degree murder?
Yeah, you said that, and then they gave you second degree murder? Bruh, you said all that. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I can't believe he said all that. You want to use the taser because, so it's like, man, this is wild though. Because
I'd like to know if the
that don't
family
make
is.
no sense of what he said. He didn't want to. Well, that's what the taser. What kind of taser is that? And it just shows you. He's just showing you like that's the reason. That's the next reason why they don't tase people when they're outside, because they don't what do you call it? They think they're wearing too much clothes. That is crazy. That is crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. That is crazy. What is going on here? What's going on here? What? Okay. That shit right there is wild. Yeah. I'm on YouTube doing this. I didn't show no video. Like, what are you doing YouTube?
To this jury, and their message is the one that the jury said, "We rebuke you, Sean Grayson."
Yes.
That's what they said today.
Yeah, imagine somebody, you're like, yeah, what you here for? Oh, I shot somebody because they said I rebuked you. Just imagine that. Somebody getting shoot because they said I rebuked you. Let's get a whole Christian church lady. I don't do nothing. Like, why? That is crazy. You popped a whole Christian church lady. For what though? What was the point of that? For what? I'm just trying to figure out why was the whole point of doing that? That's why, rest in peace to Sonya, y'all. She's down. Like I said, you don't have to be in the streets. You could be in church. You could be in church. You could be what do you call it? You could be in your house, drinking your tea, watching you're reading your book, and someone could come and bam, pop. Yeah, yes, food stamp. They gave him second degree murder, but this is crazy. This is wild. I don't think like for me, like I'm like that's what I said. People gotta pay attention to who right now because you know which government right now is in power. Why he's getting that time. If this was Democrat was in power, I don't think he would be getting he'd be going to jail. That's just me though. So I'm kind of like wow, well They gave him the second degree, M charge, which is it's ain't nothing wrong. I don't know. I don't like they unhappy, but I don't. As I said, to me, it's like, yeah, at least he getting some time. At least he getting some time. At least he getting some time. So at least he getting some time. But like what they said, I think it was no. They say if it was if it was somebody black, they would have been getting a death penalty or whatever. I don't know the state what but I believe if that was anybody else, they probably would have been get a death penalty or whatever. But she's right. They're definitely right. That was somebody black or even just a regular citizen. They would have been giving them they would have been handing them down the book. So, madness right now. But think about it, he gonna have a murder conviction charge. So his day as a police officer or working as anywhere in the court, our government days are over. Those days are over for him.
Second-degree murder charge. Make no mistake. Sean Grayson is convicted of murder. He is a murderer now. This is not the exact outcome the family was looking for.
I'm saying
they wanted first-degree murder.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's worse than what, you know what I mean? Look, like he should have been more, you see what I'm saying? Like, now like he like what I say, he's charged with murder. So that on your resume, you see what I'm saying? Even if you pay a fine, like when Diddy comes up, he's not charged with racketeering or sex trafficking or murder. So I'm saying there's a big difference. Like this case, this is a real case. You know what I mean? And but even though I think the court should have been more, this case should have been more like open to the public. Like, we had like I mean, the trial wasn't that big like it was supposed to be. The trial should have been bigger than it was. It should have been more like, you know what I'm saying? Like people are more, I tell you, people are more worried about a fake Diddy trial than promoting a real trial. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you that. Right? Crazy. That's all it is. People are like that. People just like that. I'm happy this girl though, I'm happy she won. Their family wants some kind of, as I say, think about it. Government ain't not bad right now if they let, because I thought Trump was not gonna let, I thought Trump said he wasn't gonna let people out, you know what I mean? But clearly, like this right here, I don't know if he never went to jail. If he never went to jail, a lot of people would be like, man, they would have had so much stuff to say about Trump. But you gotta give him, that's how I say, you gotta give the government, look which government's in power when these things are happening. Like, you know what I mean? Even though second degree, like, it should have been a first degree, but still, like, I've seen similar stuff to this in the past. You know what I mean? When certain government was in power and nobody, you see what I'm saying, get even close to a second degree. You know what I mean?
When you boil this case down, it comes down to 4 words. Was Donna a threat? Sonya. Was Sonya a threat? The unequivocal answer is no. She was not a threat. She was never
This
a
guy
threat.
don't even know her
And
name.
that's what was proven.
This guy don't even know. He said Donna. He don't even know Sonya's name. He just wants some clout. He just there for like, you know, whatever, trying to act like whatever. You see what I'm talking about? There's always an agenda going on. Oh, you calling her Donna and her name is Sonya. Anyways, real.
Proven in this court. The difference is that the jury found that there was some issue of self-defense. But his self-defense was not found to be reasonable, and that's the difference between the first and second degree murder. Sean Grayson, we disagree with this. He had the cover of that counter in between him and Sonya. He had the power of a gun. He had the strength of a badge and a shield. And what did he do with that strength and power? He told Sonya, who was holding a pot, I am going to shoot you in the face. That, ladies and gentlemen, is indicia of intent.
Right there, though,
and he carried out his intent.
And that right there, that's why it shouldn't have been second degree murder. That right there is premeditated. So that's why, like, at them times, I'm thinking this dude was going to get charged with that. Premeditated murder. You tell somebody you're going to do it, and then you do it right there. So I see how I see why people are mad. If that was anybody else, a regular Caucasian person, they'd have been like, oh, you know, white supremacists, Nazi. This police is white supremacists too. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's like over here, like, these police officers, they like fucking, what do you call it? Extremists. You know what I mean? It's crazy. They got the bag. Believe it or not, a lot of these police officers, these extremist motherfuckers that are in the racist groups, they're in the police force. That's crazy. That's the wild. That's some wild shit. That's some wild shit. You got, you know what I mean, extremist Nazi police, Nazi cops, and then, you know, and publicly, you know what I mean? What do you call it? Publicly, you know, saying it out and, you know, going marching. This is what these people are doing out here. They're doing these things. Better believe it. It's crazy. It's what they're doing out here. They're showing. They'll tell you straight up, like, yeah, I'm a part of this group. You know, we believe in immigration, all this other stuff. So if they do believe in all of that, you know, if they believe in, you know, what's good, what's good, girl, what's good, you know what I mean? If they believe in immigration and all that, you know, sending back people, you know, and you know, and racism and Nazi and all that stuff, right? They're the same one that's out there. They're the same one that's out there, what do you call it, at the protests and shit. And just, you know, watching people beating up protesters. They can choose who they want, which fight they want to stop. You know, and all of that. So, man, you know, it's crazy. It's wild. Wow, but they is, I guess they got what they wanted. But there should be some type of premeditated stuff. There should be some type of premeditated stuff. Some type of way. Yeah, right. Because he did. You know what I mean? It's just like if that was her husband or boyfriend that said, yo, and they had a domestic, and he said to her, like, yo, I'm gonna shoot you in your face, and then he shoots her in her face. You know that, you know the story that's gonna come out of that? You know the story. How they gonna make, you know, the man look, or the black man, or whoever it is. You know what I mean? Now a police officer does it's like, yeah, you know what I mean, but you don't throw. It's premeditated. If someone tells you they're gonna poke you or they're gonna cut you in the face and they do it, and you bleed out, then what? So that's why people are really mad at what's going on with this case. And I said at least there's some kind of justice still. You can't trust me. Trust me. You can't really. You're not really in a time like this. When you get no win. Right, what's good? What's good, family? When you get no win, you got to take it sometime. I think I already got it. Yeah, you got to take it. If there's a win, you got to take it sometime. And I think this is kind of a win, not really a win, but kind of a win. You know what I mean? But I guess a win is a win, though. Like I said, if you get a win, you gotta take the win. Yeah. Because not a lot of people get wins. Not a lot of people get wins. Like I said, I seen a lot of government I was in power. Even what's her name? Hillary Clinton. Damn, imagine if Hillary Clinton was in power. Imagine if she was in power. Man, a lot of people, nobody would get killed. All the police, none of them would get locked up. None of them would get locked up. But yeah, I'm happy for, Sonya Massey. Sonya Massey, she don't deserve that though. You can't sit in your house. As I said, just imagine your grandma. You know what I mean? I know a lot of us see our grandma somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's think of Sonya Massey as one of, a grandma that, we see all the time that's always going to church. And all she did was said, I rebuke you. And sit in there and then this guy just walked in. You know what I mean? And threatened her to shoot her in the face. And said, oh, she's going to throw the pot with me. And then the body cam showed, you know what I mean? When the body cam showed and shows that the pot was even like, it wasn't even a threat. And you know why? You see the police officer, the cop, right? Him, he don't believe in the Bible. He's one of them people that don't believe in Christianity. He don't believe in something. That's why he did that. And instead of him being an honest man and say, you know what? I don't believe in that, and she was telling me all of that, and I like, just be honest. You don't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? You shot Sonya. You shot her because of what? Of your belief. You didn't think she was gonna. You know what I mean? You shot her because of what she believed in and what you didn't believe in. That's me though, personally. That's why I said it's spiritual. If you don't believe in spiritual war and spiritual warfare, man, you're blind. If you're not paying attention, you're not paying attention to these things. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Real shit. Real talk. Pay attention. Pay attention.
I mix it with juice and water.
Yeah, but the girl got shot because she said I rebuked you. Okay? She said I rebuked you. I never heard that before. I'm telling you. That's why you see the people that are in Africa, they're probably like, what the fuck is going on in America? People are getting shot because I rebuked you. Even in Jamaica too. The people around are like, what the hell is going on? Christian is getting shot. Even the Spanish country. The Spanish country. They're wondering how the hell Christians are getting shot. Because you see Christians, they look at you as all. They don't say, oh, that's a white Christian church or that's a black Christian church. You know what I'm saying? Christians all over the world. No, when I know, that's what I'm saying. When I know, no, what's going on, brother? I can pop up if y'all want. You know what I mean? Just imagine that. You know, in other places, people are probably scratching their head. Even them little them places too, like what do you call it? What's a lot of places that really do a lot of Christian stuff like over here. I really take church serious. Not in the Philippines, they're probably like, what the hell is going on in Filipino people? But they take their Christianity serious. When they come over here, they be going to church too. And they come to North America, they'll be the first person to say, all right, let me catch the book and go. Let me catch a Bible and go to church and go, find some Christian friends. And I mean, they're the first race. I tell you that much. So they're probably scratching their head like, damn, a girl got shot, a Christian. But they're not gonna say a black girl. They're gonna say a Christian. They're gonna be like, well, look at this. They're gonna tell their pastor, and their pastor probably said a prayer for her too. But real talk, it's crazy. It's crazy. Dude shot her because of what he believed. You know what I mean? That was me though. He shot her because of what he believed. He shot her because of what he believed. That's stupid because that's stupid. That's stupid to me. My bad, Nubs. Why my shit like what? Who's playing with my car? Why my shit keep dropping like that? Like, what the fuck is going on in YouTube? Did I say something that's offensive? Like, what's going on? What's good, Nubs?
What's good?
It's just been acting weird. Hella weird.
Some of that crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, no, this shit right here is crazy.
Imagine
you're sitting there, you're probably scratching your head like, man, like, damn, they shot someone because they said I rebuked you. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you shot somebody because they said I rebuked you. Like, it don't make no sense.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with them shooting, and I don't agree with the whole situation. Police officers should be held accountable for every action they make, far more than the average American. However, with all fairness, he didn't know if she was coming up with some voodoo or hoodoo or Christianity has not always been the most, how do I put it, kind, fair, loving religion out there. It's not ever really been that if you read that book.
Everybody that goes to church, every Christianity use that word. I rebuke you. Every church I know that.
If you're out there rebuking things, I don't know. I don't have a very high opinion on Christianity as a whole. There's a few Christians that I actually do like Rice. And part of the reason that I like Rice is because he lives it. He doesn't shove it down my throat. And that's a respectable thing. But when you're out there, you've got a police officer and you're saying, I rebuke you, like.
But you listen, you came to this person's house. You know what I mean? And
no, I get what you're saying. Like, I get the scenario. Like, this officer violated all sorts of bad stuff. Like, absolutely, 100%. I say throw him in prison and don't give the key away. In fact, put him in with Bubba with a shank. I mean, I'm okay with that. Why spend taxpayer money protecting a criminal? I'm okay with him having his just punishment. But if you're saying
rebuke you is a word that every Christianity uses. Every Christian use that word. So, and every time they think they're in trouble, if you go up on them and you try to take their bag or even try to say, rob them, that's the first thing they're going to say to you. Because I seen it happen before, you know what I mean, where people try to snatch old lady shit and took off and then she started crying out, I rebuked you. So, you know what I mean? I don't see that as a threat. It just I don't think that he believed. He just didn't believe in it, and because he didn't believe in it, he shot it. I don't see it like I don't that for me though. At least for me, and my opinion is that's what I see. I don't as I said I don't see that as a threat. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that I personally would see it as a threat. I'm saying it could be misconstrued as a threat. Does that give him the right to pull the trigger? No, absolutely not. Just because a man is threatened does not mean he acts in a manner that is unbefitting, especially of an officer. And if that's all that it took to have this scenario happen, I think there needs to be a massive revamp on a police officer's ability to even pull a gun or pull a taser whatsoever.
Oh, my bad. I did that. Try to fix this shit.
No, here comes Rice.
What's up,
Right.
love?
What's
What's
good,
up, bro?
What the fuck is going on with this shit, yo? Trying to put there we go. All right, there we go. What's good, Rice?
Chilling on it.
But Rice, you get me though, right?
What's
You
that?
when he because Nubs is saying they rebuke you. Everything is, and I get what he's saying because people do use stuff rooted from the Bible. Let me make that clear because people do that. The first thing they do is grab the Bible, cut the chicken head off, and put the blood over
I
it.
got held in contempt
I'm
and
saying
child
so.
support for.
I don't. Hold on.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I got held in contempt and child support court because the original deal that me and the child support attorney representing the state made, he reneged on it and lied, and I told him, God bless you, and he took that as a threat in a courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I asked that. That's why I asked them, how do you take that as a threat? What is? You can say anything's a threat. I walked out in the grass. Now you feel threatened. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Well, I guess my thing on it is if you're in law enforcement, if you threaten law enforcement, there's charges. It's not the charge is not to draw your weapon and shoot.
Yeah,
So even if it was presented as a threat,
if I felt threatened, I wouldn't be in your house.
there's another point. If these officers are so fucking scared these days, they should probably go work in a position
They're not
that
scared.
doesn't
This is their
require
training.
getting shot at.
This is their training. Like I say, the guy I listened to, he's a Mustang general. He also was captain of LAPD. They sent him to Nazi Germany to come back and train our police how to police.
Yep. And if
They
you look
trained
at
to do this.
policing as a I'm not even a big fan. Like, I think that we do need some form of law enforcement present on the street. Do I think they need a gun? No, not at all. All
Yeah.
crimes, according to the federal government, are commercial. So why would a punishment be a physical act?
And they don't even have the right to render judgment.
Right. And they're out there rendering judgment. And
Absolutely.
it's kind of like these judges that are out there letting people go. If a bartender overserves, they're responsible for the accident, right?
Right.
Well, what about a judge? If he overserves, shouldn't he be responsible for the outcome?
Yep.
It's his name on the ruling.
Right. No, it's like I say, it's all messed up. But
So how do we fix it? Does anybody know how we fix this system?
yeah, we make them. It's real simple. You figure out a way to make them. First of all, you put insurance. You make every policeman that has any kind of firearm. You make them get insurance on that firearm. If something like this happens, everybody's covered.
Personal insurance,
And
yes.
Yep. And then
Not tied to anything else but them.
Make them pay that insurance. And then
Yep.
you also put you can put a little I don't know, a little notification, since we got all this technology on the holster strap to where they gotta unlock it, unpin it. unzip it, unbutton it, whatever they do to get that strap out the holster. You put something right there that every time they draw that holster, they grab their gun out, they go under investigation. And if it's valid, the insurance don't go up. But if it's an invalid reason that they had their gun out,
For any reason. For
Huh?
any reason. And if it's found that they have violated a constitutional right, they need to be charged with the treason they're committing.
And since they're not being charged, they work with the insurance company. You make every time they pull it out, their insurance go up. They'll quit pulling on that gun when they gonna get a check.
The other thing I would definitely say,
you figure out how to make them ask themselves one question before they make any move. Do you hate me more than you love taking care of your family? Do you hate me more than you love driving home? Do you hate me more than love? Because see, that's the thing. Once you start ripping away their pensions, they understand that. When their children can't go to school and they can't brag about that, you understand that. You start taking small things away from them when they pull that gun out. Okay, well, since you pulled that gun out, this your third time doing it. You ain't shoot nobody. There wasn't no reason for it because this man ain't had no weapon. Tell you what, this is what we gonna do. We're gonna take your child can't go to school for free. We're gonna take that from you. Now he gotta go home and tell his family, I fucked up. I gotta get another job because I can't, they're not no longer sending you to college for free. See, you start taking shit like that from these police officers, they stop doing that shit.
you know, Rice, this would be a lot easier. You talk about taking things away. Remember, they've all agreed and signed, fully conscious and aware of the punishments for treason. And the punishment, according to the federal government, is up to 20 years or even death. So if we got, as a society, if we decided to, make public execution for our public officials a standard, I would bet that there would not be all that crime. And, it would only take one or two people that are guilty of the crimes.
No, Temple, Texas, last week. Temple, Texas. A man named Little Hitler was running around with some mechanical pencils, and they said he had 2 knives, and both officers shot him. Damn. They nailed him down. Another police officer, same county, Bell County, Texas. He killed his stepdad yesterday. Just went to the house, killed his stepdad. He was a Killeen Police Department, a Killeen police officer. I don't know what's going on, but everybody's
what's going on is men.
That's what I tell people about these guns and the intent. It's okay to have as many guns as you want, but that gun is going to do what it's intended to do. And that gun was intended to hurt people. It was not intended. It was not intended for hunting. It was not intended for recreation. You got it on there to hurt people. We are now in the pull-up society and the fuck around and find out society, and everybody wants to be a TV star, wants to be a star in that. So now everybody's drawing down on everybody. Nobody's scared. They wake up in the morning. Let me tell you something. They wake up in the morning wishing that somebody would do something so that they'll have a reason to use it. And,
right.
And that's what they're doing. Now that man messing with this woman, a lot of things what people are saying, that is though. What people are saying is that the police on the live, one of her relatives 2 weeks before that happened to her. Nobody's talking about that. That officer was in trouble for that already. Nobody's talking about that. That woman that he killed, do you know that man, that officer and that man's wife, that woman's wife just got into it, and that man, that officer's wife was about to lose her job behind that woman?
Oh, see, they don't talk about these kinds of parts of it.
Yeah, no. So, yeah, that man.
So that I rebuke
that woman in the face. That woman and his wife worked together, and she was already a witness in a police shooting of an unarmed person, which happened to be her relative 2 weeks prior to her getting done like that. Well, nobody. He was trying to break into her house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know
And she
all
saw
that.
it. And
See,
she saw him trying to break into her house, antagonize the situation, and then she called 911. And since it was mighty convenient for him to be in that area, right?
Right. And you
Okay.
notice, they didn't show the video from the break-in. Who was breaking in? You notice that?
There was no break-in. That was him around the house. And she said somebody's playing around my house, and that was the police.
Mm-hmm.
That was him and his police crony playing around her house behind his wife about to lose her job.
Mm-hmm. Because he was about to take. She was about to take the position.
There's a lot of things they not saying
Right.
about this case. This case is even look, y'all. We didn't know about this case for 3 weeks after it happened. So I'm wondering why they even put this out there. Did y'all know that?
And the trial wasn't even that big. They didn't even make it that big public. Like a trial like this should be super big, bigger than it was.
distraction, retraction, and evasion. Because here's the thing, if we as a society were all to give the IRS notice that we're done,
James Money. What's good? What's good?
give them notice. Why not?
Weird.
What are they going to do? Tell you no? That's slavery. And the only way that we can have slavery in America, according to the government, is if you've committed a crime.
There it is.
So
they'll make you commit a crime. You don't even have to commit a crime. They can just charge you with something and sit you there and try to make you prove something that you didn't do when it's supposed to be the other way around. They'll sit you down with no evidence.
I know
98% of people that cop out, they have no evidence. So when you see First 48, do you know if them motherfuckers just shut the fuck up that they don't have nothing on them? They don't have nothing on these motherfuckers until these motherfuckers get to talking.
Right. Exactly.
we were watching a movie.
Go ahead.
I was watching a documentary yesterday about this fucking crazy white woman down in Florida who ended up killing this lady. It was a whole thing where she was just a crazy ass fucking white woman, and like the whole scenario, you could just see that the community needed to be taken care of, and the police officers, they didn't charge her with filing false police reports or anything like that. This system literally is designed for this kind of tomfuckery,
right,
through and through, because all crimes are commercial, meaning that anytime that there is a quote unquote crime, whether it's a policy violation, an ordinance violation, or an actual violation of the law, which you need a victim, anytime that those happen, if there's no legitimacy to those things, yeah, let's start charging people with false police reports, because they're the root of the problem. You know, if I consistently called my local police department to bitch that my neighbor was doing something, I'm the fucking problem because I'm the one that's consistently calling. Same kind of thing and that's the system that is designed that we can have this kind of situation happen, because the police are designed to enslave the people.
I don't.
What's up?
So what are you saying? You think she was calling a false report?
No, I don't think she was. I'm saying, like, in other situations, I don't think she was calling for a false police report. I think Rice was right. I think the guy was sitting right on the other side of the fucking door and just so happened, oh, well, there's somebody around. I'll have to go check it out because it's that guy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know, but I'm saying, like, if there are false police reports put out there and stuff like that, because I'm sure there's more to the story, like Rice is saying. All of that should be put in, and anytime that any tomfuckery is done and these guys are involved, no. Nope. It doesn't matter whether it's Anybody. Does not fucking matter.
I'm happy he didn't get away with it. That should have been. That's a premeditated shit because he told her he wasn't a shooter in the face. Then he shot her in the face.
Right.
Like I'm saying second degree murder. Negro, what's going on, family? Salute. You know what I mean? Second degree murder is, yeah. I don't know if that's the right charge for him because of what, the way he handled himself before he shoot her. Because, he told her what he wasn't going to do and then he did it. And then
that's premeditated, 100%.
Then you try to lie on top of it. You try to lie on top of it. So. And
I don't know. This whole situation's all kinds of fucked up. And I think there's a lot of times that personal situations become big issues despite being personal issues. Because if there was a firing and a hiring and this person's getting fired because of what that person says, like you have a whole different set of motives altogether.
Right.
And the fact that he was using the color of law to enforce some bullshit indicates tyranny by definition. And if he's able to be tyrannical, then I'm going to question every one of him or every one of the individuals that he's around constantly, which would be his fellow law enforcement.
Right.
Because you are the sum of the 5 people you are around most, right?
Right. You're not lying. You're not lying at all.
And I kind of personally have a policy. I don't call the police. I don't call the police on shit except for drunk drivers. That's the only time I ever call the police. And that's because I'm concerned for my community. And the other thing is I don't answer the door if it is the police, because if they have a warrant, they'll come in.
Right. Exactly.
Other than that, you're putting yourself in a liability. You guys more so than me, but me just as much. That's the reality of the situation we live in because of where the police departments came from and the training that they receive. And
there are all kinds of messed up, but we don't have a very good vetting policy for the police, no way.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, you look at that guy. He doesn't care about himself enough to stay healthy. So why the fuck would he care about the public that he serves? You can't give what you don't have.
That's people are looking to get a job.
And
a lot of these people, they don't even want the job, and they feel like I'm getting paid well to go around and tell people what to do. That's why they assume automatic authority whenever they walk in.
An assumption makes an ass out of you and me, right?
They never talk to you. You have to know how to deal with them. The last cop I talked to, he didn't know who the fuck I was, but he was determined that I had a warrant. And I was at my daughter's basketball game. And his main deal was, I wouldn't lock you up with your daughter. I would, we would arrange it where I can come get you at home and nobody sees it. And I asked him, I said, why do you keep saying this? Right?
What the fuck is that? Like,
yeah, that's why I asked him, why do you keep saying this?
That's the threat of violence under the color of law. That is literally a violation. You should have sued his ass.
No. As we went to talking, he found out who my ex-father-in-law was. And he said, oh shit, your ex-wife is my best friend's ex-wife. I said, oh, so you're Steve's best friend? He was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, so you're the cop that my father-in-law tried to get put off the force because of the way you act. And
Nah.
his eyes got big as shit. See, that's the thing. When you're racist and you think all black people, nobody don't know nothing.
Right.
See, I grew up. That's why I tell people I grew up in the suburbs. I grew up around really rich, prominent motherfuckers. I'll make a phone call, fuck up your whole shit. Literally. When I walk into the bar in my town, do you know what these white boys call me? The Django Unchained.
Django Unchained.
There you go.
Wait, would that make me then? Who's that white dude that he used to hang out with?
I can't think of none of the characters on the movie, but that's what I had never seen the movie until my partner Corey said, "You're the Django." What? You're the Django. Why do you say that, Corey? He said, "Cuz these people ain't used to you, and when all the rich people come in, their parents see you, and everybody giving you, they know you. It's not like you." He was like, "Remember we was over in the corner, and you wouldn't give that one dude a hug until you had met him to school, and they called you back over and said, 'What the fuck are you doing?' I said, 'I'm speaking to our old school partner.' And what they say, we don't fuck with them. That's white trash. We don't fuck with them."
White people love call white people white trash.
And I was like, this kind of sounds like we was in middle and high school. And they just kind of looked at me like, yeah. Remember when middle and high school when we kind of got shunned you because you was over there hanging with them? That's white trash. They're not the same. We was in McDonald's, the owner of the building downtown. I had got into it in his bar. You know what he said in front of all them white folks? Avoid them. Why, Randy? I was trying to avoid them. He says, you know to avoid them because you're a man. That's white trash. And a whole bunch of white people turned around, looked at him and said, I know he didn't just tell that nigga that.
See, we know what white trash is. Like, I ain't talking. Like, that shit's the shit you take out of your community. Just like you guys know the same damn thing.
We call them niggas.
No, right.
We call them niggas. Us black people with morals and stuff, we know the difference between nigga shit and men shit. Black people don't do nigga shit. Niggas belong in the streets. White trash belong in the streets.
That's because you take trash out.
This has nothing to do with your. It has all to do with a moral compass, y'all. It has all to do with a moral compass.
Well, see, I think it has more to do with the actions.
If Chef lived here with his moral compass, he would be Jamaican first, but he would, when they see him, he would automatically be a black man. Now, if Chef was out there hustling, he'd be a real nigga, which is two different people. Same thing. I didn't realize this about white people till I got older. I didn't know that white people didn't like other white people because of their class. They didn't have a lot of stuff.
Right.
Well, see, that's the whole plot. Like, if white people can recognize trash and black people can recognize trash and Mexican people can recognize trash and so on and so forth, like I can keep on naming all the fucking races. Sure. It's not going to get me anywhere. We all recognize that we have fucking trash in our communities.
Right.
And trash does not mean that you're poor. It means that you're trash.
Right, exactly.
I've seen some really expensive trash. You know, Gucci bags get thrown away all the time.
Right.
But our president has all these allegations, you know.
Guys,
turn
up your mic a little bit more, right?
He look, if you call me ghetto and hood because I got multiple babies, mamas, and shit like that, and felonies, then what do we call the White House when this motherfucker is running?
I think you got a lot of baby mamas.
He got babies. We got Elon. How do these people qualify for the job when you said the things that I do like that disqualify me for jobs?
Hold up. Who's judging anybody for having multiple baby mamas for the simple fact that, like,
The
half
state,
of the
that's why you
Bible.
pay, look, the state, that's why you pay child support. Nubs, remember we was listening how fucked up the state was? What did Big Gregory say, Nubs? He said that Jesus came back today and saw both parties. He would talk crazy to both parties. They put him in an electric chair and they kill him. The Christians would after he already died from
Yep. I believe that's that.
after he already got killed from what's it called Nubs
What do you got?
where the state kill you. What's it called where the state could kill you?
Capital punishment.
Yeah, he already received capital punishment. They said they follow Jesus, they Christians. So why do we even have that on the books? Because that's the way the Savior got killed. So why do we even have that on the books? Why do they believe in capital punishment? That's how the Savior got killed. But if he came back right now, he'd ruffle up the same feathers. They give him an electric chair. Y'all will take them crosses off y'all chest and be wearing big chairs on your neck.
Yep.
Because you know you did wrong. We shouldn't even have that, but we have it now, and it's so brittle that the police are taking it upon themselves to be the judge, the juror, and the conviction right there in the street. That's what's happening. That's what we watch. That's what we watch with this one anyway. I'm a gone convictor. Because and the thing is, I feel threatened over a pot of water. She said, let me turn off my water so that me and you can continue to talk. Because I don't want to burn up the pot, the house, none of that shit. And she was finna throw the water in the sink. Now, I don't know where he felt threatened at, but he had it on his mind already because, again, the outlining thing that people ain't saying and that they probably kept out of the courtroom is the fact that that man, the police officer's wife, worked directly with that woman and they had problems. That's a huge point because, again, that shows
That gives motive. That literally gives motive. And if they're keeping that out of the court,
Shame on.
We need to every single person in America needs to give them a call and let them know, based off of, our right of regress of our government, that their decision was dead wrong.
Right. And Beast knows about how that stereo community works. Some of those guys, especially ex-law enforcement, they can get in certain shit that they know how and where to look for certain shit that me and you, we gonna have to search 3 or 4 pages on Google to find the exact thing that's gonna tell you the goddamn truth. It's not gonna be on your first 3 or 4 pages because Google is an entertainment engine. It is not a search engine. That's why I don't use Copilot. I use DeepSeek. China's shit just gonna tell your ass the truth. DeepSeek gonna figure out how to make it imbalanced enough to where it's still confusing, but it doesn't criminalize anything that you already know the answer to when you ask. Copilot and the Gemini companion, they're entertainment AI engines. They're finding out how to keep your attention. DeepSeek, the China one, that motherfucker just tell you the uncut raw truth with support.
I don't fuck around with AI. I mean, I know I know it's the wave of the future. However, I've seen what they've talked about with the future and all sorts of shit like that. The only thing I can see that is good that they have given us for technology or anything like that is communications. But even then, communications isn't good. You look at all the fucking high school bullshit on these fucking panels.
Well,
that's what communication, that's what we've done with communication. Like,
that's this country. Again, a lot of the talks I be in, if it's not older people, a lot of the talks I'm in is with people from other countries because they think we're crazy. They laugh at us. They come in our talks especially on TikTok. They come in there and listen just to giggle and laugh because some of the topics we have they think are absurd anyway.
Well, see, Rice, I do that with you Christians, but that's beside the point.
The Christians make it easy. The Christians are like Charlie Kirk. The Christians have guns and Bibles in the house.
Well, the thing is,
they're not the niggas. They're not the downtrodden that we're talking about in Antioch when Christianity was first introduced by the people of Antioch. They're not those people. They are the epitome of crusaders hiding under the name of Christianity, if that's what they're even hiding under the name of.
I thought it was
Islam.
what it
Them and Islam are basically the same religion. It's just one believes in the Savior and the other one don't. But they still believe in
Rice. Look who Muhammad was hanging out with. And tell me those weren't some demons in the background giving him the words. He even questioned it himself. He said, is this, like this ain't right. And those preachers or those what are they? Those fathers, whatever you want to call them. They ain't my father. But they were in the background, the Jesuits. They were creating the whole thing because now you have division. If you have division, you can control.
There it is. Islam did just as much as for slavery as Christianity did.
Oh yes, slavery was the currency of the church.
It's both churches have inducted slavery worldwide.
Yep, because the church of what people think is the church was based off of Roman politics throughout the centuries.
Right.
Yeah, the book itself wasn't put together till 40 years after the alleged time of Christ.
Right.
So there's not a single first-hand account.
No, wait a minute. The book, even in the Old Testament, the book tells you that everybody wrote something. And that even all the books, every book in the Bible ain't in there. It tells you, the Bible tells you that in the Old Testament. It tells you that it was even written in this book.
What's up, Stamps?
It was written in this book.
What up, everybody?
It was written in that book. You go through the Bible, that book ain't in there. Where that book at? It ain't in there.
I don't know. I just can't. When I look at it with 3,500 different current translations and 40,000 different Christian religious organizations and or denominations.
Right. But they use anything. They use anything to. Motive is big. I can use the law in malice. That's my motive. I'm not doing the right thing for the right reason. I'm doing the right thing for the wrong reason. I'm mad. So now I'm going to use the law. That's a lot of what our police do.
Well, Rice, that gets back into subjective morality, and if you look at
how many times has a cop said, if you tell me the truth, I'll make this easy. But if you lie to me, he's going to get mad. Now you're going to go to jail. How many drinks have you had? And then people go, I've had 2. And then
that's a threat under duress.
Get out. And then you go, what the fuck, what's wrong? Well, if you said 2, then you probably had 4 because that's the way. So you just lied to me. Now I'm pissed all off. And now deal's out the table. You're going to jail, DUI, because you just admitted to it. They play all kind of motherfucking games.
See, we don't have those checkpoints and stuff like that. I don't drink, so I don't really deal with something like that. However, if you know what you're doing, you can't question me on the side of the fucking road, especially not under duress. And is it worth dying on a hill for? Probably not.
They've gotten to the point now where they do what they want to do and they don't even care if they get caught.
I understand. And the only way to do it,
they're already figuring they're going to get around that shit. And the basis of them getting around it is going to be their morality, which is, again, rooted in what? Christianity. We've never been a Christian country, y'all. I don't know why people keep saying that.
Public
Even though
Law
we
89.
money, church and state was supposed to be separated.
Right.
So that
It's because of
everybody
Public Law 89.
We was the only country like that. Most countries are faith-based countries. That's where they get their law from. We don't. You can worship what you want to worship here.
Right.
But the thing is, if you look at the etymology of the word morals, and I go based off of the etymology because the definition can change.
Right.
So the etymology is where the information is, and not only that, but the definition itself is just the outline. Has nothing to do with what's inside. So when you look at the etymology of the word morals, it literally is subjective consistently throughout the beginning of the concept. I do believe it is French origin. I don't remember. It's been a minute.
Because it depends on the origin of what your morality belongs to.
Right.
If you worship the devil and you believe in drinking children's blood or something like that, I don't know what they do. That's correct. That's why I tell people all the time. When you see somebody do some shit and they don't get that much time, maybe they was supposed to do that shit. Maybe they was devils. It's hard to convict the devil on being a devil. Why are you mad at the devil for lying at you? That's what the fuck he's supposed to do. He's the devil.
No, man. The devil gets a bad rap. You got this all wrong. Think about Job. Consider my servant Job. Is literally what the creator said to the devil creature. He's up there in heaven. He's betting against his pure and holy one.
He didn't bet against him. He told him, you can't break him because I made it. You can take everything from him.
Right. He said, you can do all of these things. He gave consent to the devil. The devil never killed nobody. The devil is just the accuser, and he was created by the creator as that purpose. Like, that's his role. Don't blame the devil.
You saying the devil is a good guy?
He had free will. He didn't have to rebel. He decided to rebel.
I'm not saying the devil is a good guy. Not at all. I'm saying the devil plays a role that is orchestrated by the creators, and it is exemplified in, what is it, Ephesians, I do believe, where it says, I, Jehovah, am a jealous God. Do not serve any other gods but me.
Right.
Isn't that a sin? Wait. Isn't that a sin alone to be jealous of somebody? To have envy?
Right. And not only that, but jealousy. Jealousy, if you look at the psychological standpoint of the word jealousy, it comes directly from fear.
If I created something, I'm the only one that knows its purpose and how to use it. You can't be jealous over something you ain't make.
Well, he also said, I, Jehovah, have created both good and evil for my glory.
Exactly. And Nub, you know one thing?
You got to have one, you got to have the other.
Nubs, going back to what you said, everybody likes to blame the devil for all the bad things that happen to them in life when God himself would do bad stuff to you to test you.
Well, and to test you.
It's also in the Bible. It's also in the Bible.
Love done lied on the story and misled the people. What was the devil doing when?
No, it's actually Rice. It's actually in the Bible. It says that God has a wrath. Yes. You know what the word wrath means? Wait. If you know what the word wrath means, it's not positive.
Yes. Of course, it's not positive. But if somebody, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, because this is how God's wrath works. The king is making you surrender your firstborn child and putting them in the furnace, burning up everybody, and you say, God.
Yes. God will test your faith.
Wait, stop. God renders his wrath, and he kills the king, and now you call God a killer? What did you want?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you want him to continue to burn your children?
Yes. And killing and murder that would be premeditated, and murder is a sin according to the 10 Commandments. Also, take, for instance, the genocide. For instance, hang on, hold up, hear me out.
crazy, yo.
When
It's in
Moses,
the Bible, guys. It's in the Bible. We're not
it
crazy.
is all
It's in the
biblical.
Bible. It's
When
all in the
Moses,
Bible, bro.
What did you call God for? And then when he asked, you still complaining. What did you want?
All right, wait. Nubs, what's the story in the Bible where they had to cut the baby in half? They were threatening to cut the baby in half.
Solomon. Yep.
Solomon, right? Wait. Let me finish. Wait.
Somebody
Let me
stole
finish. Wait.
something.
Let me finish.
Somebody said, "Oh, it was the story was not like that. The
All
story
right, let
was
me finish.
they both had a baby. One rolled over on the baby while I was sleeping. The other baby died, and both was trying to claim the baby. And they said,
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that part. We're not talking about that part. We're talking about where they said to see who the real mother is, we're gonna cut the baby in half.
Well, that's
Who
what.
would cut?
No, that's what I was saying. Hello, I just
Wait. Let me finish. Who would cut the baby in half? The devil or God?
But God didn't say that though. He was
That's
just
not
saying
what
that
he said.
that was just a test to see who was.
And who's testing? It wasn't the devil testing them. It wasn't the devil testing them though.
God had a right to test you. Ain't none of this the devil. Didn't God say he created the devil? Didn't he say I
God
created
already
good
knew.
and
God
evil?
knew who.
So
God
I
already
have
knew
the
who.
right. You don't have the right. What did you create? See, we want to put ourselves on a godly level, and then when it's time to be God, we can't do that. That's why he said, if I made this, if I'm the all and I made this, who else got the right to take it away?
The Lord giveth, the Lord take it away. It doesn't say wait. It doesn't say the Lord giveth, the devil take it away. It says the Lord giveth, the Lord take it away.
Okay.
Think about that. Think about that.
Yep.
Look, you said it yourself. What was Satan doing before God said, "What are you doing, Satan?" Before he went and before he inquired about Job.
Listen
He
to
was roving to and from.
What was he doing?
Listen.
He said, "I am going back and forth, seeking souls to devour." That's what he said.
Seeking, not devouring. Seeking souls to devour. It does not say he did.
Exactly.
Because y'all keep interrupting the story. Let me finish the story.
We know the story already.
He told him, he said, "Have you tried my servant Job?" He said, "I can't." He said, "Why not?" "Because you got this hedge around Job. I can't." He said, "Well, I tell you what. Since you're bored, you need something to do, go ahead. Just you can do whatever you want to do to him, but do not inflict on his, you can't kill him."
Right. You can't touch him. You can't, eventually it was, you can't kill him, but originally it was, you can't touch him. Okay. So let's go to another example, because Job, they're clearly up there in any other circumstance. They're up there gambling.
And to be prime example of you talking about Job. What did the Savior say? Because that's supposed to be his only begotten son. What did he pray and say? He say, "Look, I know what's about to happen to me. I know. I've seen it. You already showed me. If there's any way you can pass this cup from me, I don't want to do this." So he rendered.
So he didn't do it willingly. He did it under duress.
Can we agree that being hung on the cross and being beaten to where they can't even recognize you, and I sent my son here for that? Can we say that outweighs anything that Job went through? Because Job got his stuff back.
Well, so did Jesus, according to the story.
Where? He not even
when he
here.
was risen again and lived. And then not only that, but he was risen from that. If you look at the rest of the story, he got everything back. Yeah. In fact, you're still worshiping him now today. But if you look at stories
we don't worship Jesus. He's not the worshiper.
Okay. Most Christians, you're an exception because you worship God as opposed to Jesus. You just accept Jesus as a messenger. So you're a rare case. Nevertheless, if you take, for instance, Moses in the story where he went to Pharaoh, right? Mind you, Moses was a killer in Egypt. So even to get into the court of Pharaoh was, wow, that was impressive. And then what did that loving God do to Pharaoh's heart? For one, he removed his ability for free will because he hardened Pharaoh's heart, which caused a genocide, allegedly. It caused a genocide of all of the firstborn sons of the entire nation. So because of a situation where God chose to harden a heart, as opposed to just saying, you know what, I'm going to soften his heart and I'm just going to have him release the people. He wanted to show his power by killing thousands of people. That's not love. That's homicidal maniac.
That's awkward you say that, Nubs. But what if black people felt the same way that are enslaved today when from the white people that were slave owners back then? What if they had that sentiment?
Well, the same could be said about the black people that owned other black people and the white people that owned other white people.
Let me show you where it's offensive. What if black people's sentiment was, they heart, God will soften their heart and they don't have to pay retribution for what they do. Is it true that sometimes sins of the father, the son might have to go through?
Well, that's according to your God. Your God says the sins of 7 and 8 generations.
If your parents pass and they owe $100,000 on the house and there ain't no insurance policy, nothing to secure that home, what do you have to do in order to stay in that house?
Well, in order to stay in that house, I would have to do the right paperwork correctly.
Yeah. So we can say that they just couldn't hand you that house because what? They still owe. Right?
Yeah, with me, it's a bad analogy with me because I know the way around it.
Family rivalry. We've been going at each other like Romeo and Juliet parents. We've been going at each other like that the whole time. And your dad get my little brother, but I don't get to get your daddy because your daddy passed from something else. So I get your little brother. Would you say the sins of the father were transmitted?
No, it doesn't mean like that though.
Hold on. So
it doesn't mean in that way though.
Here's the funny thing about that is I have a family member that's married into the family, and he happens to be one of the original McCoys from the McCoys and the Hatfields, real hillbilly motherfucker. And he is a hateful motherfucker. And you know why he's a hateful motherfucker? Because his daddy taught him how to hate. And his daddy's daddy taught him how to hate. And the McCoys and the Hatfields, they killed each other because of some stupid bullshit like you're talking about. Now, as far as, the common denominator, if we're going to talk about how people feel, I would validate the feelings of somebody that experienced something that I can validate, but somebody that did not experience something and watched it or read about it, it's not the same as experiencing the actual thing.
Exactly.
That's where, and you're right. But the thing is, if what you did, if the experiences you went through, and if we're going to go by the code of conduct or legal structure, because now we're talking reparations, right? We got a lot of people in this nation want reparations, right? I didn't go through slavery. Nobody I know went through slavery. But we do know that the people that was here, their relatives are still here that went through slavery.
Some of them, not all of them.
It wouldn't matter. Wouldn't that mean that if we stood true that the sins of the fathers, the slavery part, because everybody got reparations, wouldn't that suggest that the sins of the father paid people that didn't go through it?
Well, let's find out what ethnicity were the primary slave owners in the Americas.
Okay, let's do somebody that won slavery. The Jews. How many Jews benefit today went through the Holocaust?
None. If you look at the statistics in the numbers, They have told us that there were 6 million Jews that were killed during the Holocaust, but yet if you look at census records, there wasn't even 3 million all of Europe.
So who
Not to mention, hang on, hold up. Not to mention when Nazi Germany went in, and I'm not advocating by any means for the Nazi Party in any capacity. Let me make that very clear, but let's get history clear, because the books that they were burning were propaganda books brought to you by those people that now are occupying Palestine, doing the exact same thing the Nazis did, and they just happened to be Ashkenazi. Notice the name similarities. Now, let me clue you in. The first transsexual surgery ever done in the world was done by a Jewish man in Germany to another Jewish man. The propaganda books that they burned were just that transsexual propaganda, and it was brought to you by your little funny hat wearing people. Now, let's be very.
One more thing.
I've got one more part to this. Now, if you look at the historical record of what Hitler himself did out of his own pocket, he was paying for the transportation costs for Jews in Germany to move to Palestine. I'm done.
All right. I would like to add, because you said something about the books he was burning. Now, that happened in 1940 to 1943. We're in 2025 now, and what are we fighting for? What books are we fighting for to get out the schools and out the libraries?
Bing, 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 bing.
The same book that man was talking about. So
and
think about it.
Who's writing the education? Where is that provided for? Let's follow that back. And then if you look at, like, they talk about how the Allies were so disgusted because they came upon these trains and the trains were just lit up and there were just dead bodies. Guess what? The Germans were transporting them so they would be away from harm. And it was Allied bullets that tore those trains up. And then those Allied forces went in and killed the Nazis that were guarding the remaining prisoners from getting killed from the Allies. It sure is kind of crazy when history actually gets truly revealed.
But what exactly? And that's what I was saying. The sins of the father gets transferred to the children. Y'all just said it. Everything you just named was the result of the father or the upbringing.
To pick.
Salute.
12 chicken.
Well, the thing is those same people that were allegedly getting tore up are the same people that you're talking about that owned those people. If you follow the etymology of these people, you'll find that those, even Christopher Columbus.
They've always been that war, because rich people, one thing I noticed about rich people, every rich person wants to be the richest one. So they are constantly in contention with each other. On the back end.
It's a dog-eat-dog world.
The front end, they realize in order to be in contention with each other, they got to keep us under control.
Yes.
So they come together to keep us under the control so they can fight on the back end some shit we don't see.
Right. That's why
in this country, we're already going through a silent civil war.
Yes. Yes. Not only is it a silent civil war, but we also have an economic war coming from our government.
Yes. And the courts are fighting with Congress and the Senate and the House.
But the thing is we say they're fighting, but they're not really fighting, dude. They're fighting against us.
They're working together, bro. They're not fighting. Right. They're working together.
They're fighting.
This is all a part of the fucking plan, bro.
Yes.
You feel me? Like, at the end of the day, them motherfuckers gonna come to agreement. But right now, they're just trying to make everybody panic. You feel me?
They don't want to lose complete faith in the people right now. And the courts are the only buffer we have, really. Because we don't have the Chevron Act no more. So them three little agencies, they don't really matter. They can't call nothing no way no more anyway. Everything decided through the court. So now the courts are only, think about it. Our president, what did the courts have to do with the tariffs on Canada? What did the courts do? They say he can't do that. They stopped that. They just stopped that. What the courts just finished. And then he talked to Xi Jinping, didn't he? He talked to China Man, didn't he?
Yeah, he supposed to be talking to him now.
What did he drop the tariffs on, y'all? Do y'all know?
I'm pretty sure you're gonna tell us.
The only thing that he dropped the tariffs on was fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
Who?
Trump.
Cap.
Not Trump.
Cap.
Hold up, I need to see the article.
Ain't this the guy who's fighting against that, giving people more time in prison?
I need to see the
Hold up. On regards to giving people more time in prison, does anybody know that the whole concept of prison for profit is an actual law on the books that they have to keep capacities up? So the whole war, as we all know, the war on drugs was a war on people, specifically your people, because they pumped drugs in. How do you get drugs in? You drop tariffs on drugs.
Right, and they're the ones that brought it here in the first place.
Right, you create a situation. Okay, see, I'm a rare one because I actually grew up in the hood, and I saw what was happening. There's no coke factories or cocoa plants in the fucking hood. I never saw one, but I sure did see a lot of coke.
I still ain't seen the cocoa leaf.
Right, I probably know what it looks like better than you do. Ironically. And it's because I do plants and stuff, and I study shit. Nevertheless, at the same time, I also never saw any bullet manufacturers, and I sure as hell didn't see the Beretta plant there or the Glock plant. Never did I see anything like that, but all that shit was there. Kind of like during the George Floyd riots, I personally never saw pallets of bricks just arbitrarily left, because if I did, I would have thrown them through windows to go steal some shit. That's why you don't leave a pallet of bricks in the ghetto.
Hold on, I'm just, Chef, can you put this right here on the share screen?
But you do put a pallet of bricks if you want to create division.
Bring it up, right?
That's not even the only one. That's just the first one that popped up. You see what they say? Trump to cut China tariffs off of fentanyl, dude.
What's the source, though? Like, what's the name of this?
I mean, it's a bunch of.
Yeah, but this could be just some random dude making a post on a website, and this is opinion.
And that's what I was like, what in the world is going on? Because this makes no sense. None. MSN said it.
Hey, did not say Trump trying to be a goddamn kingpin, bitch.
Hold up. Let me ask you everybody this. Who do tariffs benefit? Is it the American people directly, or is it the American government?
Well, the government.
Okay, hang on. Hold that thought. It's the government first and foremost. Now, who is affected by the tariffs? Is it the American people, or is it the government?
American people.
The American
so you mean that tariffs actively fight against the American people? And who's the one setting the standard of the dollar? Is that the American people, or is that the government?
It's the American people.
No, that's the government.
The government?
The government sets what the dollar is at. Actually, it's the Federal Reserve, which is about as federal as Federal Express. It's
Yeah,
a
but
private organization.
the Federal Reserve is private. Yeah, it's a
Right.
private.
Right. And the IRS is wrapped up into it. And remember, there's two IRSs, not just one. There's two.
I think that say Trump says he's cutting carrots.
Wait a second. Do you mean that the welfare is going out, so people are going to be depressed because they're hungry, and the drugs are going to flow in?
I don't know what we're going to do. Yeah. I don't know.
I wonder. Interesting. I wonder if there's cargo.
They're going to create crime.
Wait a second. Is there any South American countries that have a easy access to cocaine that are being disrupted by anything that the American government is doing?
No.
Oh, yes, there is. I wonder. And then there's that Afghanistan where more heroin or more opium is grown than anywhere else in the world. And we just got out of a war that lasted 10 years. And did we win? And what was the point of that war? I wonder if it's to bring drugs in this country.
Yeah, it was drugs. It was drugs.
What?
It was a war on drugs. It was a war on drugs for drugs.
Ooh, the war on drugs. Yes, that's a very tricky way.
War on drugs for drugs. You feel me? Yeah, that
the cartel. Part. So wait, does that mean the American government is working as a cartel?
I'm not even.
Of course.
I think China is genius.
Of course.
There is the fact that you say China. There's no difference. It's the American government represents people, not us, not the people, but people, individuals in power, right? And borders don't matter when you own the world.
Yep.
So when you say China or this, it's literally they're in bed together. So if you have like, let's say that South Park episode with Trump and Satan, let's say Satan was Xi Jinping, right? They're in bed together. They're in bed together for the same purpose because they're going to continue to push a general narrative that is given to us by a particular group that, is kind of being looked down on very much so for committing genocidal acts of, atrocities. And if you follow the money, who makes the money? It's very clear.
Sonya, what's good, family? Much respect.
What's up? Like it's very, very clear. And I'm not saying like an entire people group is bad. I'm saying there's certain people that claim to be a particular people group that actually they're not even the right people group, because Ashkenaz, if you look at that Bible that everybody loves to not read, Ashkenaz is of the line of Gomer, not Shem. So there is that. But other than that, if we continue to follow the rhetoric and then look back where the rhetoric came from, the money is always in control by one particular group of people. Every single situation from the French Revolution.
But that's why money was supposed to be a tool and not a savior. See, you get it, Nubs. You don't care about money. You get it.
Yep. I understand it's a tool.
Does? You know what money mainly does and stuff that we get. You know what that is? Those are competition scores. Suggesting on what you got is supposed to consider how well you're doing. And that it might not be tied to stuff at all. Being well might not have anything to do with you having anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some of the most well-off people I know don't have shit.
What up? What up, gang?
What's up, Rufus? They have their money. They
What's up,
get
man?
very frugal.
What's up, y'all?
And people talk about him. He got that dope ass car in front of that little ass house. He sure do. He don't want a whole bunch. He don't want a big ass house like you. He don't want to clean up. He don't want to show out. He got that little ass house where he's content and it's dope on the bitch on the inside because he got his money.
Hey, check this out. So my blood brother, right? Not my homeboy or somebody. No, my blood brother. He is in a position, or was a couple years ago, where his company was approached by another company called BlackRock to buy their company. They turned down that offer. Okay, so anybody that knows that that's on millions of dollars worth of equity, etc. So high profile, very, very rich man, somebody like what Rice is talking about. Now, on the inside, let me tell you, I don't talk to my brother for a particular reason, you know, and it's because of the content of the character that used to be there. That's why I say he's my brother, but he's not my brother because the man that he is today is not the man that I grew up with. There's compromise. There's compromise in morals. There's compromise in integrity. And it's very evident based off of his health and wellness. Like, we don't get a free pass for this shit. They don't get the free pass either. You know, like, it takes a lot of energy to be that stressed, to constantly be after money. Like, that's not healthy for you.
That's why people, you know, that's all they have when it comes down to it. They didn't form a relationship with anyone. That's what it becomes about.
This world is not about, in my opinion, I'll make that clear. In my opinion, this world is not about any particular task that we need to do other than enjoy the fucking ride. Because if we don't enjoy the ride, why did we stand in fucking line in the first place?
Instead, look at what we got. Wednesday, clear skies, and your 7-day forecast. The second half of the middle of next week. To start off our November week. Cloudier.
That's why we stood in line, because we were told to.
I stood in line because I was looking over my shoulder, hearing people screaming on the roller coaster. And I said, I want a piece of that. I wasn't told to. I chose to.
A lot of people were told to.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah, but at the same time, we all have the choice to say, nah, fuck that. Get out of line.
Hey, y'all, look. Change my mind. Cereal is a human's version of dog food.
Absolutely, 100%.
You're damn
Hands
right.
down, including the same ingredients.
Yeah.
You smart.
But Life cereal is bomb as hell. And actually, dogs should be eating better food than that, if you think about it.
Well, I'm starting to see a lot of ads where they're improving dog food.
That's because dogs have problems, because we feed them fucked up shit because we're too lazy to understand how dogs work. Like,
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I was just saying most of their food is processed as fuck.
Right. It shows what a processed diet will do when your dog's all kinds of fucked up. You know, I guess I look at it, you know, if we as a society are going to get anywhere, Simply, like Rice was saying that we were told to stand in line. Let me tell you, get the fuck out of line if you don't want to be in line. If you don't want to ride that roller coaster, get the fuck out line. If somebody says anything else, if I'm standing in line, I'll stick up for you. Like, but I would expect that you would be able to stick up for your own. You know, and I'm not saying go join a fucking movement. I'm saying be a fucking movement. You know, like
That's not allowed.
Not allowed by who?
Whoever's paying you. You gotta realize some people are tied to stuff. And if you're gonna do what you're talking about, you gotta do that all the time. You can't just do that when you want to.
Choices. We all make choices and they all have consequences. Be ye good or be ye bad.
I mean, you want, that's what I said. I tell people, it's hard to talk about a certain integrity.
Right, so you got to turn your mic up, man.
I just had that conversation with my daughter today.
Which one?
My daughter. I told her because she used one of my debit cards to order her some shit off the internet. And she didn't tell me. But she used my phone number instead of her own for whatever reason to have her items tracked.
If you don't mind me asking, how old's your daughter?
She's 16.
Okay, I have a 15-year-old son, so.
Yeah. She didn't buy nothing outrageous. But hey, what are you doing, kid?
You know what? Here's what she's doing. She's exploring how much you love her, and I'm talking on a deep psychological level. Because if you think about it, she knew what she was doing was wrong. And that's why she slipped up and used your phone number.
Yep.
You know, and because we do that as young kids, you know, it's part of the learning experience. It's standing in line and getting that fucking throw up that somebody threw up off the ride on you. Oh, shit. This is fucking, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, when my son, he was deciding that he was going to be a big man, and he decided that he was going to go to the store and get him some new boots. Problem is, he did not decide to do some work and get money to do so.
Right.
So he stole some work boots without doing the work. Didn't make it out the store. And honestly, dude, the young man knew what he was doing was wrong. He responded in a way where he was remorseful for his action. And I couldn't even be mad. Like, he punished himself just as much as I would have. You know, like I was aggravated that I had to talk to the cops. But honestly, when the cop was talking to me, I had more problem with him mistreating my son than anything. You know, like, and that led to when he started smoking weed, he came to me and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm smoking weed and I wanted to let you know." And I said, "All right, cool. You know, like, whatever, just don't be a dumbass." And be it bad or be it good, he respects me enough to be open with me, which is a rare thing. So take that as an opportunity, you know, like, make flowers with her purchase.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And so,
well, actually, do you don't listen to me, do you? But nevertheless,
what I told my daughter is something I had to learn. I said, whenever you are about to do something bad, whether it's You about to fight somebody, hurt somebody because they pissed you off, they did you wrong. You about to steal something. I want you to think about the consequences that's coming behind that. I want you to envision you going to hurt this person, you physically harming this person, you stealing or whatever it is you're doing. I want you to see yourself doing it, and right after that, I want you to see what the hell is gonna happen to you because of it. And I do that. Like when I get angry, I think about what's going to happen to me. I envision me doing whatever it is I'm doing, and then I envision what's going to happen to me after that. And that's what I told her, and that's what I'm gonna keep putting in her head. And yeah, when she gets her little lashes and nails in the mail, that's mine. It's mine.
You know, I've seen dads where they have daughters that don't know how to dress correctly, so they dress, like the daughter is, and bring them to school. I'm not saying that you should put on the nails, but it would be pretty fucking funny and drive her around. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, that would be some torture that she would never be doing. Like, because you said, think about the consequences, and it would just show that you don't ever know the consequences or the extent that people will go to show you the consequence of your action. I'm just saying, like, be pretty funny. Let me know if you decide to do it.
That would be. That would. And you know what? I'm so fucked up, I just might. I am quite the character. I know this. I just might.
That shit would be funny as hell.
And she kind of gives me the cold shoulder now. She thinks she's like too cool to fool and shit. Oh man, you should see the looks my daughter gives me now, man. It's like, oh my God, really? My daughter thinks she knows more than me.
That age always does.
It fucks me up, man. It's like, look, if you got this all down packed, what
Why
would
am
you
I
call
paying
me
the
for?
bills?
Right. Look, are you ready to get a home?
Hey, hinges come off real fucking quick. And the other thing that goes on real quick is, do you know how to remove a outlet from a
plug
bedroom?
socket?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely something that you can do in your own home.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, she's not really bad. My daughter is not a bad kid. She's really not. She gets really good grades in school. She's respectful to elders and shit like that. She's got a 3-year-old little sister she looks after most of the time at her mom's place. She's a good kid, man. But her mama never gave her shit. Her mama don't love her, like, at all. You got to understand, my daughter wasn't in my life for a number of years because of her mom. And
that I can definitely get down with.
Come to find out, my daughter didn't even have a TV in her room.
Wow.
Right.
So she's got built up animosity, and she's expecting a parent that doesn't love her. And yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
You got your hands full, and like, it sounds like you got your head on straight and everything like that. So I mean, you'll be fine.
But I mean, man, like, actually, she was the opposite. She was mad, but really sad and really timid, and had a lot of anxiety issues. A lot. Like, there was a moment in time that I just found out a few months ago. My daughter's mom was homeless, and she was staying in the shelter with all her kids for 8 months. So they would do a program with her and find her a home to stay in. So my daughter had to deal with shit like that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Damn,
Like,
dude.
and I didn't even know. I'm out here living my life. Of course, I'm fucked up because my daughter's not in my life at the moment. But she could have been living with me. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Why in
Right.
God's name would you go to high hell to take my kid from me? And you ain't even raising them.
Because she hates you so much that she's willing to jeopardize. And that's where you get into those consequences. You're now reaping the benefit of the consequences of the mother's actions.
Yes, I am.
Hats
Like,
off to you, sir.
man,
It's an uphill climb.
my daughter had the lowest self-esteem. She didn't have no confidence in herself. She was happy with whatever she had, whatever she got. Whenever I would do, get my daughter nice things and stuff like that, man, look, she would say, "Dad, you don't gotta keep you know what I'm saying?" She was just happy with just one little small thing. And that broke me, man. That broke me. Okay? That broke me. Like I get my daughter didn't even have belts, dude. She didn't even have her own belts. No belts.
Mm.
That's insane, right?
That is.
That's fucking insane. Her mom really is unfit. She really is. But my daughter good now. My daughter is good.
You got full custody?
No, but I might as well have full custody.
That's what's up.
Shit. She comes over whenever she wants. I'll go get her, whatever. You know what I'm saying? All that good stuff, but she's 16 now, man. All that shit, it's over. It's over. She ain't got no rights over my little girl or nothing.
Right.
It's over at this point. There's really not a point to go to court. But yeah, man. Right now,
Maybe
I'm
instead of, if I may, real quick, maybe
yeah.
instead of wearing the nails, return the nails immediately and then take that money and then throw it on some actual nails and take her to go, like a dad-daughter day. I don't know.
Yeah,
Either
yeah,
one.
definitely something like that. I'm not gonna send that stuff because this stuff, getting shipped out to her.
What's up, bro?
So I'm not gonna really take it like that. But of course, I like getting her nice things. I really do. My daughter is just this little diva now. She was just this broken child, man. It was fucked up. Like, and then it's really fucked up because when I first got my daughter back in my life a little over a year ago, I started to notice she didn't smile much. She wouldn't smile. And I started to ask her, like, what's going on with that? She would always hide her mouth when she smiled. And from my experience, when people hid their mouths when they smiled or laughed, something's wrong with their teeth. Dude, and I'm not fully done paying it, but it has cost me over $12,000 to correct her teeth.
Damn.
My daughter had root canals and everything. Some of her teeth were actually broken. They were black. And it's just, man, it was never like that when she was with me. Never.
Have you ever heard of hydroxyapatite?
I have not.
I've heard it has a lot of benefits for the teeth, and you can get toothpaste with it.
Well, yeah, her dentists, they're amazing people. They give her stuff and they show me what to go get and everything like this. So I have been
They
getting her
won't tell you
special
about this one
toothpaste.
normally.
But yeah, man, a number of her teeth have had to be capped. All this shit, man. Like if I wouldn't have brought her in, if I would have waited too long, she'd have lost most of her teeth. She would have lost them. Completely fucking lost them, man. So
I would bet a lot of that would be based off of a bad diet because of the situation.
oh no. When she was taken from me, she was 9.
No, I
Her
mean
mom
when she was with her mom.
her mom wasn't making sure she was brushing her teeth.
Right, a bad diet.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I'm not saying what you did or did not do. I'm saying like during the time that you were just describing, it can't be a good place that she gets 3 home cooked meals, that are made from homegrown vegetables that are filled with nutrients. And you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that
She's
too.
eating gas station food at best, if she's eating.
Yeah. She eat
Like I
now.
grew up. The thing is I grew up in the hood, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like firsthand, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But she eat good now. Man, look, my daughter is her. She wants to be a dentist. She wants to help people get their smiles back. And I'm do whatever the hell I got to do to get her through dental school too. All that. Because man, look, I mean, my daughter smiles now, man. She don't hide her mouth no more. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's just this amazing kid, and now she's brave, and I'm low key. I'm kind of happy that she's a little snappy because at first, man, when I first got her back, man, look, she would go with anything. You know what I mean? Like, she wouldn't challenge anyone. You know, she wouldn't really step to no one and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Dude, a father in a child's life is unbelievably important. But keep in mind, or I got to keep in mind, that she didn't have a father or a valid mom. Because if mom ain't making good choices, that shows bad leadership. So she can't trust. Like, I'm just thinking of it from a psychological point of view of a child in that situation. So what you're doing is you're showing her what she's always needed when you weren't around, and that's a father's love.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
hear you describing, is just that fatherly love.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Like she calls me for everything, dude. My daughter calls me for everything. She tells me everything. There's nothing she doesn't tell me. Nothing.
That's what's up. That's definitely cool.
Hell yeah, man. And man, you guys don't know what I went through, man. Psychologically, me. Oh man, dude, I was fucked up for a long time. I just didn't show it. I was fucked up, man. Cause I raised her, you know what I'm saying? She grew up with me.
Right.
I had my kid in martial art class. I was all she knew. Her mom was fucking hiatus all of her baby life. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And I was ready, and that's where I got that from. Like, man, you guys just don't know, man. I was gonna kill her mom at one point. Bro, I would park outside of her home and just sit there. You know what I'm saying? I had to do that little technique I told you guys. I had to think about over and over again what I was going to do and the consequences behind it, man. Because I knew if I would have killed her mom, I knew if I would have harmed people that had shit to do with that shit, I
You would have
wasn't
been
going to be able to
somebody's
be in my
boyfriend.
daughter's life. I wasn't going to be able to take care of her one day. I would never be able to see her again.
You made it worse. You made it way worse for her, for your daughter.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to teach her. Hey, man, I know you may want something real bad. Look, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call me. You'll get it. Don't go behind my back. But we good.
All right,
I'm
y'all.
not.
I gotta bounce. I'll catch you guys later.
Peace out, Nubs.
Peace.
Yeah, man. I was gonna do her mom in, man. I was gonna see Roofy on that news.
Thank God Rufy was not in that news though.
Y'all was gonna be calling me a psycho. Oh man, look, I knew Roofy was crazy. Look at him.
Came to your senses.
Yeah, it took God. God saved me, man.
Yeah.
God saved me. On God. God saved me.
I believe you, yeah. Trust me.
Hello, Sarah here, U.S. Capital Solutions. I wanted to reach out regarding your personal loan approval.
I believe you, yeah. Got the shit right there.
Man, I'm waiting on Trump to take these stamps, though.
They go ahead, food stamp.
I want Trump to take these food stamps, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, take them. I ain't getting none.
Nobody get you said.
And bro, a lot of people don't realize Trump not even the one taking food stamps. The Democrats did that shit.
Really?
Yeah. The Trump administration stopped funding to a lot of bullshit that was going on. Like, you know how Kamala and all them wanted people to get sex changes while they're in prison and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Trump administration stopped funding that shit. And so because of that, the Democrats said, all right, well, since you doing that, we finna stop funding food stamps for everyone. Unless you go back and start funding the shit that you not trying to fund no more. They doing it, and they blaming Trump for it. And these motherfuckers don't even realize that, bro. Is y'all still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. That's crazy. I didn't know there's. I didn't know. I kind of. So you're saying they're taking away food stamp because Trump is taking away all that funding for the gender
For bullshit, yeah. He's stopping the funding for all the bullshit. And so, in order to get back at him, they stopped funding the food stamps. It's them. And they blaming Trump for their decision to do that. They're basically saying, since Donald Trump stopped this, we gonna stop food stamps, and it's his fault that we stopped it. That's some bullshit, ain't it?
Yeah, that is that's crazy, and that's because they know majority of the black people are leaning on Donald Trump. So like, yeah, we just take food stamp away. That's crazy though. But reality, it's people who write food stamp is not really black people. But that's what you say, anyways. I'm not gonna argue with you because you're gonna tell me that.
Man, you can look at it, man. This is public. Shit, you can look this up yourself. Trump ain't have nothing. Trump just done said things like, "Oh, I don't agree with the food stamps. Neither. I think we all should be working." Trump done said stuff like that, and and ran with it, and just pretending like he's the one that stopped it. The government shut down right now because of the Democrats. This ain't Trump's fault. Motherfuckers just be lying on the man. They be lying heavy on Trump. Heavy. And don't get me wrong, I don't agree with every little itty bitty thing Trump doing. Like I don't like the whole ICE thing. I don't like that.
Why?
I
Why?
know.
Why
I
you
know.
don't?
I'm sorry.
Why you don't like the whole ICE?
Because man, I got people that I fuck with, that I love, that I work with. Look, they not black or white, you know.
Right.
If I've been working with these guys forever. We sweat together, we bleed together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I would have seen an ICE raid at my job and they start apprehending these guys, I'm gonna fucking probably help them. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh no, I'm gonna
They
help them
gonna lock
escape.
you up. They gonna lock you up.
I'm gonna help them escape. Like, here, get out of here. Go to my crib. They ain't gonna find you there. Straight up, they got whole families and shit, bro. They've been here forever. They ain't just crossed the border when the Biden administration was in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These people live.
Yeah, they brought them over.
productive.
They brought them over. Biden and them brought them a lot, especially in COVID. They brought a lot of them over. That's why I didn't understand. We're in COVID. We're having lockdowns, but we were bringing immigrants. That's crazy. We were doing it over here too. We were doing it over
Shit,
here.
because that's how you know the COVID shit was fake. How you bringing over all these people and you screaming COVID? That don't make sense.
That don't make no sense for real. Like, how much people they brought over. I thought I was like, why are they bringing that? Not like I wasn't against it, but I just like if we're getting sick, why are we bringing in people in the country?
I hate how everybody be leaving when I come in. Like I chase, like they scared of me or something. That nigga El Negro. I don't. One day he cool, the next he not. I don't get it.
No, I think his phone probably out.
Motherfuckers really be in their feelings on this shit, bro.
Nah, yeah. I don't know if he's in it. I don't think so though. I don't know. I don't think he's in it.
Now, do y'all know that? Hold up, I got a question for both of y'all. There's a topic I would like for us to discuss.
Yeah.
Do y'all know the girl that streamed? Her name's Zoe.
Who the fuck is that?
She a live streamer. She be around Kai Cenat and other big streamers like that. She be around them. Her name's Zoe. I think Zoe Spencer. She was recently in the news because she got banned on Twitter.
Twitter or Twitch?
She got banned on Twitter because she twerked on a dude. And the little dude was scared. He was real shy. You know what I'm saying?
What the fuck?
I think he a fag. I think the little dude gay. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's what it is, they don't want girls dancing on people. Like they don't want that stuff.
But it was two girls. It was Zoe and it was an Asian chick, and they was all over this little dude. I ain't gonna lie, they was all over him, and he was acting like he was all scared and all this and all that.
He's probably, you know what I mean? He's probably not that type of dude. He's probably like,
Man, look, the behavior that I saw though, bro, that's what I grew up to.
Right. I agree with you. I agree.
My sister's big friend, my big sister, her friends and shit used to do me the same fucking way, bro. And they would just be playing. They wasn't never serious or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. I don't see how all these people going, oh yeah, they did him wrong. They deserved everything they go. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck?
They don't want nobody. Listen, Rufio. They don't want the boys and the girls dancing and doing nothing like that. They don't want them twerking on. Why do you think there's no more videos of people really twerking on people like they used to?
That's true. That's true because these video vixens come back later on and they stab niggas in the back.
Well, they don't like that. They don't want the girl to do that. They don't want. I heard Chris Brown have to pay. I heard the girls pay Chris Brown to do that.
All of a sudden, all that partying that all them women was doing, all of a sudden, is bad.
Exactly.
But they was partying against their will. Get the
Right.
fuck out of here.
Right.
Oh yeah, against your will. You hear that, Rupert?
And I'm
At a
just gonna
party
say it,
because you
bro.
don't want to
I'm
be
gonna
there.
say it.
At a party.
The way Diddy was partying, look, man, look, I don't care what none of y'all say. All of y'all been to house parties back in the day. All of y'all. If you grew up in the 90s, you went to a house party.
I mean, to a lot of house parties. I used to go one house party on this block, a house party on that block.
And you know what? You got freaky at the end of the damn party. If you was allowed to stay at the end of them house parties when everybody else had to leave, niggas got guys and the gals got freaky. It got freaky.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what nobody say. Some freaky shit started going down at the end of them parties.
That is the truth.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'll be right back.
That is cool.
That
is the truth. No lie, you can't lie. You can't really get a girl. If a girl wants to jump up on you know what I mean? That's why these girls be so loose. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's a crime. It's like it's a crime. It's a crime for them to give some niggas some pussy. You know what I mean? And just go about their business. It's a crime, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's a crime, like.
Are they lowering the age of consent somewhere?
Are you what? Where?
I heard somebody say they was lowering the age of consent all over the nation, but I don't know.
Crazy.
To like 14.
You see that? You see that? That's some wild shit. That's some wild shit. That's some wild shit. Why would they want to lower it down like that? That's it's just like man, it's man.
I'm not down with lowering the age of consent or nothing like that, but I'm gonna tell y'all something.
That's crazy.
Listen, I work in different clinics around St. Louis and a few in Illinois, okay? Every day I'm in and out of different clinics, y'all. Listen to me. Look, it be little gals coming up in here that's 14, 15 years old, pregnant, or already got a baby. Um, um, it's all kind of shit going. They be having diseases and everything, my nigga. So I done seen some full blown motherfucking age. You hear me? And ain't nobody took advantage of them. Nobody. I'm not saying that I agree with that shit. I don't. I got a little girl.
Right.
But I'm here to tell you, man, that shit already like in effect. Like these kids out here fucking, bro. They are. I know it's bad. It's horrible. I know. But that's the truth. That's the truth. If you can be, you know what I'm saying, 15 and get tried as an adult for a crime, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again, I don't agree with. I don't agree that kids that young should be tried as an adult. I don't.
Right.
But they are committing them crimes. They are. And let's not forget, a lot of these kids fucking their teachers. Every week, I see a teacher or two locked up for that same shit. Every week. Y'all see it too.
Damn.
Again, I don't agree with it. I'm dead wrong against that shit. But yeah. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I blame the parents. I blame the parents, man, because I'm starting to see shit on the internet where mothers is congratulating their daughters for selling ass. I'm starting to see that shit.
What?
Yes. I saw that just last week. It was a mother and a daughter. The mama was already selling ass. And the daughter started selling ass and the mama didn't care. She cool with it. You can probably pull it up right now.
How are you gonna congratulate your kids for doing something
Oh shit, I'm tripping. Hold on, y'all. I'm
Yeah.
finna scrub this little piece of floor real quick.
Yo, people are crazy these days. People are crazy. People are crazy. People are crazy. Like, how you gonna sit there and think with your kid? Because like, wow, I guess that's a new wave. That's too much. That's too much. That's parenting right there is crazy. Man, crazy. That parenting right there is crazy. You out there with your daughter bragging about that, you know, chanting because she's out there selling herself. Man, that type of parent is you. That type of parent is you. That is wow. Can't lie. I really gotta go see like where the fuck is this lady doing this at? Cause that's not no normal shit. Them people are the same type of people. You know what I mean? They traffic their kids if they doing shit like that. Like, I don't disrespect. I'm just saying that type of activity. You know, is yeah, that type of activity right there. Somebody acting like that, and you know, happy that they daughter selling themselves. Man, that is that is wild. That is wild. That is wild. It's new. It's today's world, you know. Some people are okay with that. Some more people are okay with that type of behavior. What's going on? Some people are okay with that type of behavior, I guess. I'm not cool with it though. I think if someone out there acting like that, you gotta really ask yourself, are they fit to be having a child? You know what I mean? To be a parent, like them type of things. So I'm saying I don't. I feel like Ruth is saying I'm not with the. You know what I mean? Analyzing nobody, but trust me, I believe get smacked in your mouth or in your face a couple of times. Seriously, if you're behaving like that, I mean, that's how you can't go around having your child and anybody, and that goes for both. That goes for woman and man. Like you can't be a woman having a child with anybody. You can't be a man. You know what I mean? Anything that you go, you know, you get up into. Some niggas you get on the get it. You know what I mean? The coochie the second or the first month, then they want to turn into their baby. depends. Like, you know what I mean? If you're young, that's different. If you make mistakes, but I'm like, if you're already into the game and you already know what's going on, I mean, you can't make mistakes twice. Like certain things, like especially when it comes to, I don't know.
They don't score, Chef.
Huh?
They don't score.
Yeah, I seen that.
Your team.
Yeah, no, I just want him to win and get this out of the way. They're supposed to. I'm not even like, you know. They're supposed to win this game. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
If they don't win it, then that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, but the game last night, though, ooh, that game was. Oof. The Dodgers got showed up last night. They're able to come back here and make it. I think they might bring it to 7. I don't know. I don't think they might lose everything. Man, oof, that's crazy. People are wild, yo. People are on some different type of way. They'll sit and do anything. That type of behavior right there makes you think. And then you said they're trying to lower the age. What's wrong with these people, man?
The age of consent, yeah.
Why would you? Why is that necessary?
You know, there's them Democrats doing this shit, right?
Why is that necessary, though?
Red state.
That definitely ain't Trump.
Why is that necessary?
Those are red states. Those are our Republican states.
Why is that necessary?
Huh? I don't know what's going on.
Because them niggas some damn perverts.
With all of them.
Look. Y'all heard me?
Yeah.
Look. Them motherfuckers already be kidnapping motherfuckers and shit. Got little sex rings and shit. Look, if they lower the age, they ain't got to kidnap a motherfucker no more. You dig what I'm saying? They ain't got to do that no more if they lower the age.
That's crazy.
They just want the shit that they do to be normal. That's what I think. They want the shit that they do to be normal.
Yeah.
So they won't go to jail for it.
That means they're gonna have to let out. They're gonna have to let out a lot of serial killers and pedophiles.
That's all of them.
Y'all gotta understand. All the creatures in horror films, you know they represent real people, right? Freddy and Michael Myers and all the Leatherface and all them politicians.
But those are all of them, right?
Some people are like serial killers that don't like women, you know.
Don't they say every movie is based off some shit that's real?
Yeah. But Leatherface and them,
all them niggas, yeah.
Based off the people that never like women and all that shit.
Man, look. Leatherface is George Washington. That's George Washington. The wig, the makeup, the fake face. You know Leatherface is gay, right? Y'all ain't know that?
I didn't know that.
Leatherface look up Leatherface background, his history. He a fag. That the face that he wore, that's the face of a woman.
You're not from that movie, the Egg movie? The dude there?
I'm talking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's Leatherface.
That is a woman though.
Leatherface a whole fag. He don't dress up like a man. You see, he got an apron on, right? Leatherface wore an apron.
That is true.
That's a woman. He got mascara and lipstick on. Go back and watch the original Texas Chainsaw Man. Don't watch the new shit. Watch the original. Leatherface have temper tantrums. He had these temper tantrums because a woman would always enter the room. Whenever Leatherface wilded out, it was always because of a woman. Always. He would only kill the men because they tried saving them women. He would have never killed a man if they never tried to save him.
Oh, so you said that's why he tried to kill the man because he tried to save the woman?
Exactly. Now the new Leatherface, it don't really show that. You won't really catch it. But the old one, the original, yeah.
Right.
Start looking at the background and everything like that when you watching these movies. Look at the little stuff that's just sitting around in a room or something. It'll tell you a lot more than what the actual movie telling you. Leatherface will have posters of men up everywhere.
I believe you. I believe you because you could tell by his makeup that you're right. Like the whole makeup look.
Right.
Like, majority of them are like serial killers that don't like women though. They don't like women. That's why I think it's funny that majority of the people the serial killers that America had, majority of them are married too. Never like women. They put others happy and everything.
Hold on real quick, y'all. My bad.
That was
One
crazy.
moment.
Yeah, that was crazy to me. Majority of them people are mad serial killers. They gotta stop making those movies though. He's right. The leather faces is basically a woman face that this dude cut out. Leather face. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Majority of serial killers, they were like weirdos. They got problems. Where they kill people. And like who I don't like a female and dresses up like a female after. That's crazy. That's some deranged shit. That's what I'm saying. Certain things, certain movies, they should be banned. I want to make a movie like that. Women all the time getting unalive and all that shit. It should be banned. I'm sorry. Some of those people, majority of those serial killers never like women, but they married and they got home. Even with Ted Bundy. If that was his name. Oh, that's his name, right? Right, Ted Bundy?
Yeah. Women like him. They said he was attractive.
Huh?
Women like Ted Bundy. They still like him. They said he was attractive.
Right. Crazy. Crazy, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy. Wow, man. People are wild. People are wild,
That's what I say. You got different things going on, different energies. When you were talking about a spiritual warfare, yeah, People don't see it like that.
Right.
And it's knee deep in this country because the people gotta pay for the things that they've done. That's just the way the world works. You don't get away scot free.
A lot of fucking crazy shit. A lot of crazy shit. Somebody would go visit a serial killer and donate to them and
Right.
take a picture with them and put them in a Time magazine of the year or something like that. That's wild. Why people is wild here? Wow. Man, that's why I said people. I think people that do that type of stuff that would go visit those people they believe in sacrificing any type of witchcraft shit. Why would you want to go attracted to a random person that just going around waiting in the bushes? You know what I mean? Unaliving young girl. You don't make no sense. You don't make no sense. And to be married on top of it. He was married, right? Yes, he was.
Who is that?
Ted Bundy.
I don't think he was. I don't know. I'm not for sure.
I think I live with a woman. This is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, the world is gone mad. Just like they're trying to say, oh, the hurricane wasn't there. They said a hurricane was going to take out the island in Jamaica.
Yeah. No.
And all that lies they was telling.
That's because it's all propaganda based. And some of these places is thriving still, and they don't understand why.
All that is like, yeah. Remember, hurricane season, people don't understand. We live in North America. We don't have hurricane season like that. You see what I'm saying? Or we do, but it's very like, I don't know if you guys have them in, but people, we don't have every hurricane season like every 2 years. Like, last time Jamaica had a hurricane season was, I think it was 2000.
Was it a while ago?
Yeah, remember a while ago we was talking about it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A while ago. It wasn't even that too long. It hasn't been 2 years since that one. So it's like, there's always, that's why the properties are so cheap. There's always hurricane. Just like if you go to Havana, you're going to have hurricane season. You go to certain places. Mexico, you're going to have hurricane. It's like the same thing. Puerto Rico. I just thought it was funny how they use this to push their story of whatever they're trying to push. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whatever they were trying to do. And people that gotta come to their senses. Like, it was crazy because while CNN is talking shit and everybody else, people was driving around going live on TikTok. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And tell me now, if
that's what I was telling people. You can't do that stuff no more because we can actually go and talk to these people while you telling them.
Right. People got to stop doing that.
That's why I say media control is over. And they gave it up. But like I say, now they don't even call themselves news groups. These are our entertainment groups.
We gotta stop doing that. These mainstream media people are wild, yeah.
Yeah, they're entertainment. They're entertainment focused.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about the people.
Wow, yeah. I said these people are really, really going ahead and telling a story like this. Really, really. If it was if it was that bad, then people wouldn't be able to have internet, and you know what I mean. Use electricity and all that, like what they said it was. Crazy. I get it. Some parts are gonna be bad because some parts like it's just like the South. They don't use electricity. They don't. You see what I'm saying? They're not that. They're like far out from like maybe 2 hours away from a store or where you know what I mean they could get something done. It's a island. Not everybody's gonna have. But if you say that part now, yeah, some of those parts are gonna get flooded. I mean, but city wise, and those are just like people that don't want to give up their land.
Yeah.
That too, and that's a crazy part. When you look at it that way, and then the people that own that type of property that are getting flooded out for years because the government really hasn't been really checking for that part or because the people on that side they really don't want to turn everything over to them.
Right.
But really, reality, the people are still going about their business, going to work. That was the crazy part. That's the crazy part. So Trump, let's go back to Trump here. Trump dropped the price on fentanyl.
We dropped the tariffs on fentanyl coming from China. Out of all things we could drop the tariffs on, it was fentanyl.
We gonna fight against drugs, but you think?
I'm wondering what this, because again, a lot.
That don't make no sense.
People are missing that whatever minerals are in Ukraine.
That don't make no sense. He's fighting against drugs, but they're dropping the tariffs on fentanyl. They're trying to. You say right? They're trying to create crime. Somebody said they're trying to.
That's what people seem to think, but they don't have to do that. People gonna do wrong no matter what.
Really try to depopulate the people. Really try to. Them type of things right there.
Yeah.
Them type of drug right there. Trust me. Hey, I'm trying to figure out how you fighting against drug like it's crazy. So y'all really like it don't make no sense. So why is you bombing everybody else?
It doesn't make any sense.
Why is you bombing everybody else? But y'all having a deal? Maybe because you can't get a deal on that and their drugs. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah. This seems like some drug dealing, government shit going on. Something
Right.
Something's not right. Can't just fight one person and don't fight. We can't just fight everybody else and don't. It's just crazy. I thought they was bombing. I thought they wanted stuff out of their country. I thought they wanted stuff. So they got a next touchdown, right? I thought they wanted it out of their country. How they going? I don't know. That is crazy. So why did he drop? What did the Chinese do? Drop the price? Just the fentanyl?
That's it. So that's he got the tariffs on fentanyl. That's it right now.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
We'll see what else next.
That's crazy. That's it. So what about everything else? Everything is not important?
We'll see.
Holy. Wow. Damn. So what? They importing this stuff into the country? Like, what's going on? What's going on? That don't make no sense. Nobody probably wondering like, what the hell is wrong with this government? Everybody probably saying, what the hell is this government? Is he going backwards or? So after he dropped the price on fentanyl, after he dropped, that don't even sound right. But that after he dropped the tariffs on fentanyl, right? What is he what is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean for like trade war? Or what's that supposed to mean for the country? Like, what is huh?
But who knows?
What's wrong with Trump? Yeah,
That's the thing.
what's wrong with Trump? What's wrong with Trump? Yeah. What's wrong with China? Why would they do only like? What's wrong with them? Like, what is like? Like that's crazy. That's the only thing y'all could do. That's it. That's all y'all want to drop. That's crazy. They need yeah, they need to drop the price on everything else. I don't know why it's that should be a I don't know. Why if you so why does that make it more or less that what? Why does that like that is crazy. That's like yeah, that is wow, that is man. Mm-mm. The world is crazy. I tell you, they're controlling everything. The street, the food, the drug market, everything. The legal drug market, the legal way, and everything.
Yeah, they trying to.
Nah, they control everything. The streets, everything. If they're doing it like that, that's how they is. They, and this crazy thing, them type of things ain't gonna go on and thing in China. Like you trying to sell something down there, you're gonna get your hand cut off. You're gonna something's gonna happen to you real bad. You're gonna go to jail. First day forever. I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think. Why would like that don't make no sense. So did Trump take the deal?
Yeah, of course. Last night they was telling the truth. Today, whole new articles come up that wasn't there last night. Last night they was telling the truth. They said he cut deals. They said him and G reached an agreement and he cut tariffs on fentanyl. because we was talking about it. Because I guess Jasmine Crockett spoke one day or last night sometime, and a bunch of people like her. But what's killing the country? And I'm just gonna say it's the race divide between both. It's everybody. Everybody subject to this.
That's crazy. I can't believe this.
Because black people want to do something, they want to have just black and meet secretly and all this, and you ain't getting with a nation. Like, that's not how you going, and you're not going to change this system. It's a system for a reason. I can't say that enough. But there was some older ladies that was cussing me out last night over some information they didn't know. Then they lied and said they knew who people were, and they didn't. And then they were like, "Well, we still love you, but you're misled and all the propaganda." I said, "Well, look these people up. If I'm lying, how come I'm reading what it's saying? I keep asking you what source you got your information from. You just said you just know it because you live here. But if that was true, why are we going through this if you knew so much? Telling me all the famous people that y'all don't work with. You tell me you work with TD Jakes, I got a side eye. I don't want to, I'm not, what the fuck does he got to do with anything?"
Yeah.
These mega church people and everybody's doing so much. There's so much money on the internet, you would think there ain't nobody struggling. Like I told them, I'm poor and I don't mind. That's y'all that need to prove something. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, right. I hear you. Hold on, miss.
It's a lot. There's a lot going on right now, and everybody's friendly. Everybody's friendly.
Not bad.
I never got no stamps, so I don't care. Man, you ought to see the Facebook about these stamps.
Rice, yeah, I never hear Rice complain about food stamp ever in my life. That's how
I didn't grow up like that. I'm not gonna sit in the front. I mean, I knew people that had them. They used to bring them to school, and I used to think they used to like play with them and embrace it. And now they sell them all. I don't know what they mad for. Now that's some of the popular's opinion on like Facebook. What y'all mad at? Y'all was selling them. Y'all wasn't even feeding the kids. I'm be talking about the kids and stuff. That's why I say we use the kids as a shield all the time for our bullshit. On a regular basis. You ain't never seen me throw my daughter up in the middle of something and say that's the reason why. That's drama.
Food stamp's not worth it anyway because when you get it, like people are making like that the rent is so high now.
Yeah.
Can't even pay half of that.
And I don't know, my rent hasn't went up like that, but we are about to make some moves. Like I say, my mom is coming to stay with me, so we have to do something.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You dig where I'm coming from, bro?
I don't know why people crying about that. making a big deal about food stamps.
But I can tell you now, a lot of properties around here done went down tremendously because people have a lot of bills and they trying to hold on to what they got, so they trying to get some cash. They trying to get some money for their property. The housing, the bubble, yeah, these houses done went down tremendously. Looking at what my people bought for 400, what I see for 250 is almost a ramp. And I showed my girl, there it is. There go the one right there. Let's see if we can't do that. And get the hell out of these people's face.
Land is the way, though. Land is the way. The thing about land is government will trying to figure a way how to get your land away from you.
Yeah.
I don't know how you stop that. The government have a way of taking your land and it's crazy. It's like buying getting a piece of land in this country is very risky. I hate how they make it like when you buy your house, you should have, and the property you should hold the whole thing behind it. Like in certain places, in certain countries, once you buy the house, everything around the house, you basically own that. I notice over here you got permit this, only this part that they give you a little tiny spot, even for like a building for like a business. You know what I mean? They give you a tiny spot. They give you a tiny. You need to give people bigger. Like, they very like chinksy. Like they very like when it comes to like property, man. They really do not like to give you a big piece of a big chunk. Like I saw, certain. It depends on where you go, but like house wise, I think if you got a house like and you're buying a house, you need bigger. You need a bigger like they should get at least give you a because beefing with your neighbor and all that other stuff is just wow. So and then that's too close. Like they should be if they selling a house and they want to do all that, make it people feel uncomfortable and whatever the house market, then they should make some of these properties bigger. Like somebody, where they sell the houses, like it's like some of these houses are like friggin' $1 million, but when you go in the house, you know what I mean? It's like the next house is so close to you, you could barely do some shit. You see what I'm saying, right?
I know. Oh, yeah. I know.
Like, come on, that's crazy.
I know. Like I said, what's happening around here is there's a lot of private investors and real estate people going broke. So these prices of these houses around me are dropping like it's cool.
That's why you notice when we watch movies in certain places, they don't film movies and because in certain movies, like when people buy their house and it's like it's not expensive like $1 million, like how thing is, like how it is over here. And they getting it for $1 million in certain, like anywhere in other country except for North America. Yo, they like the property is good, the house, and it's the same price. You see what I'm saying? The same price, same $1 million Canadian. It's the same price. But you're getting a property at night, so you don't have to like fight with your neighbor. Your neighbor's dogs is fighting with your dog. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that shit is stupid. Like, I'm sorry, that's dumb. That's stupid. So you can't sell somebody a house for $1 million and then want to give them like, oh, all right, well, you know, well, no, I want that shit to be like my neighbor to be way down there. Like, you see what I'm saying, right? That means if like we're playing some music and whatever, I gotta be really have speakers and all that stuff. If we're having a barbecue or any type of stuff, any type of guest event, and guests are having a drink and a good time, and we're doing it till like 1 in the morning. I don't want nobody calling. You know what I mean? Because when you live in the suburb, like them people, when you're having a party like that, they like to call. Oh, the neighbors. I don't like that shit at all. That shit just kill your vibe when you're trying to have a good night. And they should change that. They should change that. Like, that's one thing that they should change is the way of, the way they want to build these houses, sell them for so. But at the same time, you're giving somebody tiny ass. You're only giving them the house. That's it. You're not really giving them a property like that. Give them the house and a nice backyard, but it's supposed to be bigger than that. I mean, it's supposed to get the backyard has got to be at least big, like, at least big, maybe half a football field. That's $1 million. You see what I'm saying? We could go over there. Everybody go over there. You can have like a whole family. A whole family out there. Plus, your family, your wife's family. You know what I mean? Your kids' friends and their family, and what I mean, if they're married, like we don't nobody just, you know what I'm saying, stuck in together, and you know what I'm saying, smothering each other, you know what I'm saying, stifling. I mean, move, and that's for everybody. They got to stop doing that here because that's why you see the real estate goes down and they always have a problem selling properties. Rich people like properties, but even themselves they don't like to buy. Because they know, like, you know what I mean, their taxes, their luxury taxes so high. You know what I mean, so they need, at the same time, they need the lower market too to survive. You don't buy them big. And sometimes they don't sustain them. A lot of them buy these houses, guys, they're not home. That's why people always know they're always breaking in these houses. And LeBron is never all home all the time. Yeah, I mean, all these rappers, they're never home all the time. These other movie stars, like, why they always get breaking into. But what I'm saying is, like, even their properties are different. I'm saying that even still, some of their properties, it's like for the money that they spending, it should be more than that. You know what I mean? The properties got to be bigger than that. I'm sorry if I'm paying even if I'm paying $2 million for a house, I'm holding the whole block plus the block beside me. You know what I mean? Property too. What? You gotta go down the street down there. You see what I'm saying? We gotta drive 20 minutes to go down the KFC, the gas station. Guess what, right? That's my property too. You see what I'm saying? I'm paying $2 million for that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Some like people understand. That's what I'm saying. They take a lot of money from people. Hold on. I'm sorry. Crazy. Crazy. So Ravens have their future look good though, because you know why? They show their hands with their quarterbacks that they got. They show their hands with their quarterbacks. Yo, Rice, what y'all first in the division?
Yep, right now. That's why I'm being quiet. I have my phone. I have my phone. Let me put it like that. Now I'll be quiet.
Probably gonna put y'all up against the Chiefs. When y'all playing the Chiefs again? When y'all playing the Chiefs again?
I'm not for sure. We got Houston this week.
Y'all playing good though. Y'all defense is good. I can't lie. Our defense is pretty good. Now people can't really say, oh, and I said it too. I'm like, yeah, Denver's gonna come out and play way better because people think they won that game fluke last year. They got in the playoffs, but to show you that wasn't a fluke.
Right.
You didn't hear nobody saying nothing now. You hear nobody saying nothing now.
No, we picked to win the division. I told you that.
Yeah. They did say that.
Yeah, I told you. We picked to win the division. We 2 field goals out of having a perfect record. We're not really surprising nobody. It's just that everybody's playing as a team right now because they're all young and they're all young and they're all hungry. That's what's going on.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna be, trust me. They're gonna be a team. They're gonna be a good team. Style out they're playing, how they're beating teams and the teams they beaten to.
Yeah.
People can't say, oh, well, yeah. Some teams just got better at the end of, just like this season too. What? Some teams ain't gonna get better. They're gonna get better at the end of you know what I mean, at the end of the season. Like Denver got better at the end of last year. Yes, they got better at the end of last year. I already knew they was gonna come out and be good. Yeah. This is the tough for a lot of you. I think this might be the last after this year.
Yeah.
I don't think the Chiefs are gonna be like that powerhouse. Like I think last year, if they had a chance to win to get the next Super Bowl, but I think everybody is like having problems. Some of the players are banged up really bad. Like, some of them, some of those guys just don't got it no more.
That's what's going around with the Chiefs. They don't look. Nobody looks bad. It's just that our defense is coming up in clutch times, and man, this young boy don't caught on fire. And let's see how long this lasts. That's why I'm not bragging or nothing, because next week he could come out and have a terrible game. He just had a game in his life against Dallas, and most of our quarterbacks do for some reason.
Y'all really got people.
Dallas usually treats us every game that we play. They treat us as if we're a subpar team. This has been going on for years. They treat us as if we're not that good.
I don't know. I don't know what's up with Dallas. Like
Dallas got that first turnover and that first field goal, and the game was over right there. Oh, we did it. I was listening to a bunch of Dallas fans. I'm a Denver fan. House full of Dallas fans.
okay. A lot of Dallas fans are upset with that game. But you know what? They're not as good as Denver, so I don't know why people always boost them up like they're gonna win, like they're gonna like they
Yeah.
the best team in the
When they got to Denver and found out it's really like that. What's up, Daniel?
maybe in the next 2 years. Dallas, trust me, Dallas might pull something off next year. Depends on what quarterback they get, whatever is going on. And I don't think they're gonna get better with that quarterback that they have. You can't move the needle, guys. You cannot move the needle. They're gonna have to do some fishing. You have to get somebody new. They're gonna definitely have to get somebody new. They're having problems with their quarterback. Probably they got an injured player out here. Wow, Kyle Hamilton is injured. This is retarded. This is retarded. This is retarded. This is retarded. Man, this is retarded. Yo. Ravens got a next. This only gets worse and worse for the Ravens. What's good? What's good, Daniel?
What's happening? The Ravens losing? I got it.
Kyle Hamilton.
How long you gonna be on, bro?
I'm probably gonna be on for the next hour or so.
Okay, I'm gonna come right back.
Yeah.
Well, matter of fact, dang, my phone might run hot. Let me see how my phone act in the car.
All right, guys.
All right.
Yeah. I thought he got hit. I thought he would be injured. Okay. I thought, okay, well, there we go. I thought he got hit. Daniel, what's up with it? Shout out to you, boy. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Crazy with the rain. It's been raining. The hurricane thing, I guess, has been making it rain over here too because it's been raining hard. Hard over here. Fucking raining. I just know it's about to get cold. Not looking, getting ready for this cold ass winter in the East Coast. I know it gets cold for y'all on the West Coast, so y'all be wearing jackets. I gotta be in the island. I think Miami is a little bit hotter than LA. just a little bit harder. I could be mistaken, but it's getting fucking cold. Rain, rain, rain. It's been a whole thing of rain. A whole saga of rain. Cold. It's gonna be a crazy winter. Whenever they have what do you call it? A bad whatever tornado. I mean hurricane. Sorry, my bad. Then they have a messed up winter after. Should be crazy. Wow, man. Should be wild. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be a cold and miserable winter. Trust me. Cold and miserable. That's the thing about winter time. As I said, living in the East Coast is crazy. You know, it's the hydro bills. You gotta always have your heat on. And that shit right there. I ain't never lived in the East Coast, and I'm never gonna understand that type of life. And paying that TV, rent, water, boy. That's one thing I never asked somebody I live in the West Coast if they have a heater like in their home. Does it get cold where you need to like turn your heat on? Miami should just quit. Every day they got a man down. But yeah, I never asked the people in the West in the nobody in the West Coast if they ever had to. Yeah, I got to turn the heat on at certain time. Times like these. Living in the East Coast, you gotta have your heater on. You gotta buy a heater if you don't have one, or install a heat system in the furnace. You know what I mean? That shit, man, it's gonna be crazy this winter. So I already prepare myself. I do a lot of fucking crazy shit. Back to the Sonya though, the Sonya girl, Massey girl. She is. She got shot for saying I rebuke you. Like that's crazy. It's wild. Yeah, that's wild. That you get analyzed for saying something out of the Bible. It's it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like if somebody comes to you and you break in someone's house, you know, or something, you know, and you confront the shooter that break in the house, and you say to the shooter, "I rebuke it," and they shot you. No, you get something and you you happen to get the person that's breaking your house, or whatever the case might be, or whatever your car, wherever they're trying to do it. And, you go to jail for that. I don't know. I don't know in America though. Over here, you go to jail. If someone come in your house, and you just chase them out with a shovel and hit them, you might go to jail. Or, aggravated assault or something like that. And it depends on what you do to the person. But if somebody shoots, if someone come in your house and shoot you, they're saying, I rebuke you. And your excuse was, I did it because I felt threatened. I didn't, it's just weird. It's weird to me. 'Cause I don't think I ever heard anybody use those words in any like ritual or anything. I don't know how is that a threat. And the rest was right. There was one that was probably trying to break in the house to set up the whole thing. That's why I said this whole thing is premeditated. The whole thing is premeditated. Oh shit. Second degree murder will carry a long time. Long time. Gonna be a minute. That's crazy. That's wild. It's very rare you see people get second degree charges in America though for murdering somebody else, especially police. I'm gonna say police. People get charged. What am I talking about? A police officer and other law enforcement, like people that work with police, like the one dude that shot the kid with a hood, Trayvon Martin. Yeah, that dude right there. I don't like saying his name. You could tell he had a lot of law enforcement police officer friends. And he still got away with that shit. But this one right here, I think this is sending a message like, yeah, we done with that shit. Like, y'all trying to do this and trying to create these rights and, making money behind it. We're going to send y'all to jail. But yeah, it's been a while. I seen a police officer in America went to jail for second degree murder. So messed up. I don't see why he getting second degree murder though. If that was anybody else, that that would have been, if that wasn't a regular citizen, you know, it would have been like, yeah, got hit with a book. He got hit with a book. That got hit with a book. Especially when you tell somebody, I'm gonna do this to you. Just like if you tell, the police officer hear that you tell somebody that you're going down the street and go do an arm robbery. You know what I mean? And then you go do it. And then you say, when I go in there, You know what I mean? I'm gonna take this guy's shit and I'm gonna pop him. That's premeditated. So now the police officer tells her, I'm going to shoot you in the head. And shots her in the face, in the head. Now that right there is some crazy, crazy stuff. So they gotta like stop. They gotta play fair. You know, they gotta play fair. They gotta stop treating everybody different. And that's why people go around and just like, you know, you know what I mean? Go ahead and if everyone was getting treated the same, then the crime rate of crime would go down. Because then people be like, all right, well, you know, they getting the same time as us. You know, law enforcement, you know, they getting 25 the same, they getting the same, are they getting 100 years the same time that we do? Like, you know, or you know, they gonna face the same penalty. Then people be like, all right, you know what? But no, that's a big part of the thing. You can't lock as I said, you can't lock somebody else similar to this. Too bad I can't point out a story similar to this because I don't know any. You know, I can't find any right now. But you can't just want to charge a regular citizen for a crime like that because that was somebody else that walked in her house. You know what I mean? And shot her because of what she believed in or whatever her Christian religion is. Just you can't say you shot her because you were scared of what the words she said. You don't understand. And so much lies, like pot and all that stuff. All lies. So, you know, like it's just a whole mess. But yeah, he got a second degree murder charge. Whatever. I don't know much the sentence I carry, but I understand what the people were saying to her family members that it should be more because if that was anybody else, I know they say black man, but if that was anybody else, it would have been, you know, because the minute you walk in, that's almost like, you're forcing your way in. Because if you're calling, I'm supposed to be like, well, nobody's here, so you don't need to be outside. You don't need to be in here, so just go outside and, you know what I mean? Around the house or around the property, see what's going on. So I could, you know, so you can see what's going on if somebody's really trying to break in. But instead, they came in and they used force, and everything was towards force. I don't think they joked about the stuff, you know, joked about her race and all that stuff. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Stuff like you see on TV, you're like, wow, that type of shit is going on. I mean, right over there across from me, across the border. Man, that makes you think like, damn, thank God I'm living like, you know, especially like, I'm not saying it happens everywhere, but like, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. You're a Christian. You got it like, and I hate when people say that. You're a Christian. You're a Christian. It's just not that. Like, I just think that we gotta call it like it is. She's a Christian black woman that, you know, I was in her home. She got shot. That's what they do. They should probably be sitting there reading their Bible, and then all that. You know, ain't people like them. They just keep them like they're not in a relationship. They're not on the internet trying to hook up with nobody. They're supposed to go to work, read their Bible, go to their church, and go back home. That's it. trying to want no problems, no trouble. So for her to get shot and got told that she was gonna get shot, you know what I mean, and nothing really came out of it like that because he might even get a pardon. Dude might even get a pardon or whatever. So I don't know. Or get some of his time. We don't know. We live in a time right now where people could call the president and say, "Yeah, I need a pardon." Police department. Because he was a deputy sheriff, right? What that's what dude was? Was he a deputy sheriff or something or whatever he was? So yeah, crazy. In the comfort of your own house. John Nubs was right. You ain't got a warrant. I'm not letting you in. You know what I mean? Don't ask me nothing. Have you seen something? Have you heard about? Nope. Did you? Nope. Did you hear a noise? Nope. And I'm not even saying nope like that. You're not gonna hear me say no either because you're not gonna see me ask me those questions because you're just not. You're like, no. Next thing you know, there's a problem. You know, or you're coming back, trying to make it look like you're doing something, but you're purposely, you know what I mean, looking for a problem, a reason to, you know what I mean, to find some trouble. Or you might come in asking questions, but you're looking at something else or reading something else. So it's crazy. Wow. I just think it's wild that they came in their house, or they came in their house and did it like that. That's wild. Might as well should just let you know if they could come in her house and shoot her like that and tell her they wasn't gonna do it to her before she got shot. Then they should might as well just let the person just break in her house and just unalive her because they did it themselves anyways. It's crazy. Madness. And the story that Rice told earlier about the whole working and whatever, losing the job situation. I just stop with you. I don't know why they don't want to really let it out. That's a problem. Because the wife or the girlfriend of the police officer knows knows Sonya, right? So that's a problem. You guys really holding back. Story is crazy. That's why they gave him the second degree. Okay, you gave him but the story's still gonna get come out. It's still gonna come out. Somebody gonna get it out. We're in a different time now. People don't care. They get the bag or not. They get a good story or not. They still, they still putting their story out. They still telling it all. Cause that's all. Everybody want to be a journalist. Everybody want to be the one with the best story or the most viral. So, yeah, it's going to be long times before. Probably know what's going on, but essentially this shit ain't over. Somebody gonna come up with that. Somebody gonna come up with that. And they'll bring the story up like Rice was talking about. Probably gonna be a minute, but yeah, somebody gonna be like, well, the wife and such and such. But yeah, if we're gonna shoot if you don't go around shooting Christian people because of what they believe in, or whatever verse they read in the Bible, and it tells you to rebuke people if you feel like you're being threatened, or the demon or devils around you, then shit, you might as well go around and do it to every Christian. That shit is fire. That shit is crazy. That shit is wild. I rebuke you. Man, that to me right there that's what you call like evil versus thing right there. It's like what? And some people they don't believe in the Bible. So they don't want you saying that stuff to them. So it freaks them out. That's him right there. But you don't understand. He worked for the system. They kind of like, they believe in the Bible. Some parts of it. So, yeah. That is, I feel sorry for her kids. They're not going to have no, I think she lost her parents or something like that. She's going to like. I'm saying that's crazy. That's gonna be a lawsuit now. Whatever that lawsuit is, or whatever the hardest lawsuit is gonna be. Sad shot to go, but this is crazy. I want to see what the settlement is gonna be like. I want to see what this lawsuit, or who's gonna get this money. And they're actually gonna give this money to them. They give money to her kids or her family. Yeah, that's messed up. So don't matter who it is. If they even come in to ask you something, do not open the door because somebody turn into something else. Son. You call someone to help you and they come in your house. And at the same time, they're making fun of you while they got the body camera on, make it look like, oh, you're making the story up. I think a lot of people thought she was making the story up. Deep down, but a lot of people don't say it. They think she was making a story up about someone trying to break her. I think she was. But they don't want to say it. Because she's supposed to have mental health issues or some type of problem they say she had. That's why I say you gotta watch out for people, man. You gotta listen out for people. Even if she was making a story up or she going crazy. If she having an episode. If she call you guys and you think she's making a story up, do your investigation, go about your business. You have to, I think that's crazy. If you're not taking no notes, you got both of you guys don't have your notebook up. That means you're not doing an investigation. You're just there trying to looking for problems. Because if you're not talking to something crime is not in the house. The person never came in the house. This is outside matter. Stand in the door, you take your notes, and you go about your business. But you want to walk in and take this lady's life. It's crazy. They're wild, yeah. It's not true what everybody say. The police these days, they do it. People thought the police was doing whatever they want back then. The police, these days, they do whatever they want. Talk how they want. I mean, they talk to you wherever they want. They don't care. Even if you're not causing a problem. Just because. Yeah. That shit is crazy. Right. I don't care, bro. Get your ass. And I can't fucking be fed up too. But that to me though, like I'm looking at them like, damn, we're in a serious time right now. You got Christians getting shoot in their house and all that shit to say, you know, it's just something else. Spiritual, religious one. Okay, be careful you tell people you believe in. Even if you don't believe in anything, people still get you with a spiritual belief shit. What they're trying to do. People is messed up. That happened at 2 days ago? 23? $2023. So like, let me say, it shows you like we got a group of people that don't believe in certain things. There's people out there that don't believe in what she was saying. They think, oh, you're gonna get me with some spiritual stuff. It's a spiritual warfare. So when you say something to somebody like that, I rebuke you, people like, oh, especially when you know you're getting into something that you don't know nothing about. You're just hearing stories about it and people telling you and trying to get you into it. I think that's what a police officer was doing. Getting himself into some shit, believing in some shit. Whatever he was in. If he was whatever his belief was, whatever his belief was, whatever his belief was, he should have known that, you know what I mean, if he was really into what's going on or whatever he's got going on, should know like, yo, rebuke you doesn't mean that, you know, it's bad. Or she's casting a spell on. think this dude right here, that's what he believed in. He believed in the spiritual, the witchcraft, and just like everybody's believing that. People not saying that, but a lot of Caucasian people believe that people are casting spells on people. Witchcraft. All of that. Spiritual warfare. That's what they believe in. So if you say something on the Bible that some people might use to cast a spell or not, or they might hear and somebody might tell them, oh, some people use these words for that. There's a lot of weird stuff going on behind the scenes. You got some people believe in some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And they work in uniforms. Frontline worker. And they don't believe in certain things. And I say this all the time. We live in a time that's crazy, right? What if you don't mind have a paramedic or a doctor that don't believe in something that you don't believe in, and think twice if they should save you or not. Mm-hmm. The reason I say that because you got a police officer that's shooting somebody for saying, I rebuke you. Now imagine a doctor or somebody that's doing a surgery on you that do not believe in what you believe in, what your Christianity or what I say, your God. I believe everybody got the same God. I don't know why people always say your God, my God. That's why I stay away from certain things. That doesn't make no sense to me. That to me kind of like worries me. So I thought that the hope everyone's reading the same Bible. Shouldn't be no one God. I mean, it shouldn't be no like other gods. It should be one God for everybody. So I know some of this stuff is crazy because what are we gonna say next? Where there's more than one creator? I wouldn't be surprised. I was making up some story. But yeah, this why a lot of people don't like people scared to say. This police officer just unalived this girl because of what she believed in. That's all it was. I believe it was no race. Some spiritual, Christian and demonic shit. Because he knew what it means. It's just that he didn't want, her calling the devil because really, that's what they say, I rebuke the devil out of you. That means you don't want her, to stop. So I'm saying? Cuss, whatever. So you like any Christian know like what rebuke is. It's like what they say okay. Just like if a person's possessed. Some priests might use that word too. So by him to say that, that means he really don't believe in Christianity. priests use that. So I don't know why if people can't see what's going on. That yeah, she was in some spiritual stuff. You know what I mean? Maybe he thought he was gonna get away with it, or just women try to throw hot water on cop, and cop saved his life by shooting the lady, but then he got it out wrong. That would never fly. It's clear you could see that the pot, the water, she burned herself with the water, and she got shot. And she wasn't gonna throw no. I think she was just more like nervous, like, oh my God, like what am I gonna do? You're in a situation, but the moment she said, "I rebuked you," that's when she got shot. Shows me right there that shows me right there that he don't believe what she believes. There's a lot of that going on. I'm talking, think about it. I mean, it's some Christian group of people, I mean, that shot Charlie Kirk, right? When it comes into it, and that's what everybody's fighting over. I mean, we got like five different type of five. We got one Bible, but four different type of beliefs, or five different type of beliefs. We got, what I mean. So that's why it starts everything. I mean, and it's the same reason why she got shot. People don't want to admit it. I mean, shit. Majority of these politicians are getting like that's why I said Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King shit is different. Nigga got shot over. He got shot over some Christianity shit, or what? But he believed in. You know what I mean, or whatever. What the story is. So, and it's the same thing with Sonya. She got shot because of saying I rebuked you in the name of Jesus. What is so scary and threatening about that? That is wild. So I just think it's crazy how people are trying to people are not putting like it's scenarios and the Bible and what is, but it's not even that like people are wrong, but it's just why it should have been called out, because I said this long time ago. We're gonna conserve people religion Bible, like Muslim people and the Quran, because some of them shit was in the Bible. The Bible doesn't rewrite. Some of them things was in their evil son, just like that, like crazy, violent, not a Bible. But I don't think people use it to like study evil. I don't know. I can't say that. It's crazy. Crazy. Oh, I'm saying that too. Like I can't say that because some people do that. They do that. They do that. Some people use the Bible to study evil. I don't know how they do it and how they make it work, but crazy. is wild. But this Christianity thing running where they, we got Christian people with guns and all that stuff. The most, you know, but even in the Bible, the Christian people, they had weapons too. So it's just crazy. It's wild. To me, it's absolutely wild to me. Can't lie. Can't lie. What the fuck is this world coming to? Now you look at it, you're like, well, okay. What do you think as a Christian? But you're probably like, oh, that's a black Christian lady, so no one cares. But really, though, she is a Christian too. So is you know, is it her type of belief, or you know, that's why I said it's crazy. Like as Christian, like everybody's supposed to be on any one God. Like, I don't know. People is weird these days. And if they're trying to make it sound like make it over like, oh, it's a Christianity beef, or trying to protect the whole what's really going on behind the scene. That's evil. That's evil as hell. That's messed up. Using that to make a case out of something that's like crazy. I don't know. Crazy. Man. What the fuck is that? Time is up. Huh? Crazy. Did not know this was at that time. But yeah, I just think I just think the word Christianity is just more of like when you think of back in the day, you think of Christianity, you think of it like a church, house of God. You pray. You know what I mean? But now you just think, I ain't gonna lie to you. You think about Christianity, you think about violence. Violence. I'll be honest with you, violence. You think about Christianity, is just you thinking about violence, especially now. In the last 4 years, you think about Christianity, you don't think about the Pope, you don't think about church, you don't think about the house of God, you don't think of somewhere where you could go and, forget, ask for forgiveness for your sins. Like growing up in the 90s, you know, you think of that, you know, you like nowadays the people that could be around the church, people know they doing stuff, know they doing crazy stuff, their wife or the husband in the church doing crazy stuff, and people know about it. They're a lot of stuff, like the violence, you know, some of that shit's like a fucking club. Everybody jewelry all iced out. I'm surprised they ain't got gold. You know what I mean? Gold in their mouth in the church. But the Christianity is just like straight out violence when you think about it. Straight violence. Straight violence. like Charlie Kirk shit, this, Sonya, um, Massey story, you know, a lot more stuff. It's like it's going on right now. A lot of people, like, don't believe what other Christians believe in. A lot of Christians don't believe what other Christians believe. People have problem with what, it's the majority is the politicians. They're the reason why it's like this. You know what I mean? Because everywhere they like fucking diseases, everywhere they go, and even if they leave it, it's still like, it's still fucked up. Even if you cut ties with them as a company or church or wherever your community is still messed up. It's still messed up. Your neighborhood's still messed up. So they're the reason why there's so much violence into, like, it's like people rocking these crosses like gang sign. Like gang sign. I'm gonna have my cross on my throat. I'm gonna have a red cross. I'm gonna have a blue cross. I'm like, it's crazy. Like, you guys are like on a different level with this shit. It's like Christianity is like gangbang. If you ask me, straight violence. It's right there. Violence. I think the people is the old school, the real people, the real Christians are the old school people. I mean, the old school people, that, they know who they is. But this other shit that I see that I have, I'm not like, I don't know what it is. And people doing this other stuff like it's like they gang members. It's crazy. You know what I mean? And somebody tell you don't believe in me because I never don't believe in that God because that God never saved that person on that day. See what happened on this time? If that happened, he never really saved him, and he never, you know what I mean? My God is better because this happened. Like, what? That's not true. God is supposed to forgive everybody. You know what I mean? He's supposed to welcome everybody. He's not supposed to turn. You don't turn. You're never gonna turn nobody down back. Like, you'll never hear that. You're not supposed to hear that in the Bible. You turn yourself back. Some people might not want to go because they might look across, and see somebody else going somewhere else where, you know what I mean, there's a whole bunch of, you know what I mean, something else over there, diamonds or gold, and it might go that way. I mean, but that is also a test. You can't say, oh, well, you shouldn't have tested me like that because you know I like cars, you know I like gold, you know what I mean, diamond, you know I like jewelry and all that shit. Nah, that's on you. You made that choice. You see what I'm saying? People can't be mad at him. You did all that. And then that's it. We all made a choice. So when people need to understand this when they talk sometimes. And but the whole Christianity thing has become like a gang banging, violent. These churches are moving like 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 sets, like gang sets. I'm not gonna lie, all the time. I think that's crazy. All these churches are moving like gang sets. You can't be like reading the Bible and being violent at the same time. Like, that does not work. There's too much violence going on in the name of, the name of the Lord or Jesus or whatever y'all are doing. It's like, I don't think that's fun. A lot of people are out here doing it. It's a motherfucker will cuss you about, tell you about what, what you should believe in and all that stuff. And at the same time, they high off something or they drunk as hell. You know what I mean? I'm saying, they drunk or something. Something drunk or high, but they're telling you like, yo, I don't know, you know what I mean? You should, but at the same time, they got a big ass bottle of expensive drink, or some weed blowing it, telling you about God. And motherfucker ain't no listen to nobody. That's why I said, if I don't want to listen to the person with the crowd, but really, you don't take a crowd. It's a messenger doesn't need a crowd. Time. The person that's really, that's how you see these people having the message with the crowd, yeah. But the person that's really giving the message is the one person. That's how you don't see the people in the background that are doing it. Some of these people are using the Lord's name. These fake Christian people out here are using the name, and they're making shit up. They're making shit up. Like people are, for a big example, people will come on YouTube and say, "Oh, donate to me," or they read a couple of scripts from the Bible until you donate to them because they need to get a new home. They need to pay their rent or something. What? And you're monetized. You're not supposed to do that. That right there is definitely is not a part of the script of the Bible. Christianity is not supposed to selling God words. So when you only hear selling God words, that shows you, I don't know. Some of it could be right. I mean, that could be a next belief that other people believe in. Could be. Right? It could be another belief. A lot of these people are using a lot of stuff. These churches, to hide themselves. Remember, lust it stays in the dark. Lust comes out. A lot of these fake ass Christians and fake people, right? Not saying that I'm a Christian, I'm a full out believer, but I'm just saying from like, what I know is this is not what they're doing is like totally different. Christian is not a faction, it's like that's why you see certain Muslim people and certain African people like they'll smoke a blunt and Instagram, but they won't let their people in their country that's not in America. Like if they live in America or Canada, they won't let their people in Africa know that like they got an Instagram page where they're smoking a blunt or drinking some Hennessy because that is not. You see what I'm saying? That is not how shit is because and in certain Christian, you're not if you're in Rome. So some people use this shit to commit crimes and do witchcraft. So I kind of understand what the police officer must be thinking, but at the same time, he has an next belief of what he believes in also that is, evil because you don't believe in that. And you're studying something where like there's no such thing or that's like, that's a word that, that's not in the book that somebody made up and put in the book. That's his belief. And that's evil. That's just using something to, harm me. Like you're trying to, like he believes in spells and witchcraft. That shows you right there he studies evil. Because he believes in spells and witchcraft and all that other stuff, so he studied that. You can't. That's like when some people study the Bible and study all that stuff and believe in, all that stuff in the Bible. Some people believe all that stuff about witchcraft and all that stuff and all the cast spells and know what people are gonna do. And you probably thought that lady was there to cast spells. Still, why are you thinking like that? Because you're too in deep. You're too in deep in the other stuff that you're practicing that is not law enforcement. So now you get yourself into some shit, you gotta deal with it. And they know too, but they just can't explain it. So they gotta put it like this, like, yo, he's just crazy. And just shooting because of some words, or maybe they're really hiding the story with his wife having an issue with Sonya. Crazy. Crazy. My bad. Yeah, but yeah, man. The Bible shit. The Bible shit is serious. People are using it to fight crimes, cast spells, to what do you call it? Spiritual. As I said, spiritual warfare. People better believe in that shit. People gonna say, what did that mean? What did that people? That's a new name of casting the spells, witchcraft. People could like do shit, to get you out of your position, firing a shot, or you know what I mean, or cut you or stab you. Or they could use some spiritual shit to get you. Real talk. So, you gotta understand that there's some evil people out there. If you're every easy person, everyday person I've gone, I don't believe in that stuff, this type of stuff. You ain't really got nothing to worry about. I really got nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to worry about. That's me, man. I think I knew this guy's shooter because if you're saying if he thinks that was witchcraft, if he would think that was witchcraft, that means he's getting some bad information on and witchcraft and the Bible and all that stuff. If he's against the Bible, if this um police officer was against the Bible and didn't believe in the Bible, I mean that's why if you don't believe in something, sometimes you gotta do a research and just to be like sure about certain things. Because you that's not what your his definition of rebuke is not what they think or whatever group they're in or extremists. You probably are one of the extremists underground racist police officers. You don't know. Crazy. That's why people can't get mad. People can't get mad, at things. You can't get mad. But it did say though, at the end of times, there are gonna be false prophets. And you see a lot of false prophet going on. There's no way these people should be fighting against each other. I'm trying to like it's crazy. You got four, maybe three different type of beliefs. Crazy. And I think that's why got her I don't know. I think that's why got her yeah, that's Sonya. Got herself, messed up. Because of what she believed in. Madly. Everybody's acting like Christianity is gangbanging. one acting like Christianity's gangbanging, man. Everybody got some type of belief. Everybody believe is different. I just want to see what the sentence. See what the sentence is. How they gonna, how much time they gonna give to it. You're gonna see what the sentence, how much time they're gonna give him. Because I'm pretty sure what he did was a premeditated crime. I'm pretty sure what he did was a premeditated crime. You tell somebody you're gonna shoot them in their face. You shoot them in their face. You're going to jail down. No matter who you is. Or whatever. God rest this lady's soul, or whatever she did, or whatever she said, or whatever she was beefing. That's how I think. Some of them people that's why I say you got to be careful of the people I'm always saying, oh, I know the mayor. I know such and such that work right here. I know this person. I know such and such. Their son work at this preference or this police station. They be giving you a whole bunch of info. The whole fucking world. Gotta watch out for some of these people. Trying to line you up. Line you up. Shit get crazy. Some of these people I'm today, evil, yo. Evil. Evil, evil, evil people. I'm telling you. Some of these, I say, it seems like more people are beefing over the Bible or what people believe in, or more than like them believing or there's more people beefing with not saying they should be should be beefing with other religions but I'm just saying that it's just crazy. And I give it to the Muslim people. They never fought back, even though they made it look like they was fighting back when they created their ISIS and all this other fake stuff. And then when they said, "Wait, something's wrong," and fake American ISIS, you got fake American British. It's like the one dude was trying to act like it was ISIS, and then he had a British accent. Yeah, trying to frame the Muslim people. You know what I'm saying? But look, the Muslim people still kept their faith, never fought back, and all. The Christian people are fighting against each other. Now, if you really want to look at it, they've always been using the Bible for violence, and they've always been violent. You know what I mean? In some type of way, they've always been violent, if you ask me. It is crazy. People stood there, hold their peace, and yeah, hold their peace, and waited until everybody became enemies, and just stopped, sit around and just watch what's going on. I'm just trying to figure out why is people fighting, against what other people believe, and it's so bad now that people they'll analyze each other. You don't believe that the sea was red, or no, it's not red, it's blue. Or no, it was green. It's crazy, crazy shit, crazy shit. Think about that. Think about that. I know them like people up in their up in their 80s, and people that went not, them probably they're probably like, damn, they don't know what to do because the shit's so messed up, and they're already into it. They go into their church, they're reading their Bibles, but guess what? You know, it's like now everything is all switched up. It's what they believe. So now they're reading something, and because of God, they have to do it. Because if they don't believe in it, they think they disobey. They being disobedient. So it's crazy. But people use the Bible for a lot of fuckery. Set up traps and do certain things, create wars, start beef, drop bombs, this type of stuff. So it's just kind of like, man, crazy shit. Crazy shit. This girl got shot in her house because she said, I rebuked you. And that's some crazy stuff. Like, I know all Christians right now are probably terrified, especially as all the black ones. You see no police officer walking in a house and shooting a white Christian lady. But the Caucasian Christian level is not looking at it. Real Caucasian Christian person not looking at it as a race. They're looking at it as like they just shot a Christian. Like I'm a Christian too. They're not looking at it like, oh, they shot a black lady. That real Caucasian Christian lady is looking at it as like, damn, they just shot one of us. She was a Christian lady. Like, you know what I mean? So now, and if times, that was certain times, because if you already did that, certain countries they'll stone the law enforcement. Well, they can't do that no more because they'll shoot them. That's why I say it's messed up. Messed up. Messed up. Messed up. Messed up. A lot of messed up stuff going on. Well, that's changed, man. Everything has just been different. Everything is just messed up. It's messed up. Everything is messed up. Christianity's at war, like beefing with each other. I never thought us ever see something like this. You can't even say everyone's so like sensitive. And that's the next thing. The sensitivity is turned. What the hell is this turned up so high? It's ridiculous. It is turned up so high. Everybody's so sensitive. everybody's so sensitive is ridiculous. Everybody's so sensitive. I don't know why everyone's gotta be like, and that's the next. You can't be sensitive and want to be violent. I don't know how, and I think that's a part of the problem where some people are like, you can't have those type of that's crazy. People just like the sense that people go and then they just want to be so violent, like, and that's why I said I said majority of the stuff, the sensitiveness, that come from like that type of the side. Right? People are being violent. People are walking with guns, not knowing the consequences. You know, and just like everybody believe they like if you're not, I guess everybody has an enemy now. You know, so it went from that's what I'm saying. People act like it is the gangs that have the guns. Like the people now who don't believe in certain things, that the Christian people in, you know what I mean? I guarantee if you read a lot of some of these so-called Christians, watch how much guns you find and all that stuff. They walking around too. So if you tell them that they don't believe in this is not wrong or in the Bible this is not whatever, it's a different belief, they gonna pull out their gun on you. They gonna pull out their gun on you. They gonna pull out their gun on you. That's the crazy part. Yeah, that's the crazy part. People are willing are walking around calling themselves Christians, but they strapped up like the gangsters. They got big gun like the gangsters. It's crazy. Some of these people might see they getting raided. Like they got crosses, they got the Bible, but they don't believe. They believe in something else. They're extremists. They believe in the Bible, but they want to burn churches and all that other shit. They crazy. Yeah, yeah, crazy. Yeah. These people know. It's good. They're reason. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see what's good. Uh, you gotta put on with my lady. Whew. Maybe I gotta stop smoking so much. I get me time to stop smoking. I know they keep playing this stupid ass play. The games are like so the World Series. World Series, right? Looks like Blue Jays is about to take this and beat up LA. I just want to see if they win. If they win, I'm gonna say some shit. When they win, I'm gonna say some shit. They gotta win first. But that's the Dodgers we're talking about. Got you know, they're not that tough. I thought they were supposed to be more scary than that. But watching them, they beatable. They beatable. The Dodgers are beatable. They're not that scary compared to what we have. What they have, they spend way too. They're not the Yankees. They try to be like the Yankees. They copy the Yankees style and put all their money in a whole bunch of people that really like baseball. Really don't. Baseball really don't operate like that no more. It's like it's just like the new style of coaching basketball, right? This is what Jay's is showing you, right? It's a new style of baseball, that you really don't need to get, you know what I mean, so much overseas players. Like you could just get them from America. Or you get them from, the Dominican like we used to, or Cuba. You know what I mean, or Mexico, like we've been doing. So you don't really need to get no like $7-8 million Japanese player. You see what I'm saying? Ridiculous. You know what I mean? You think it's right there. I said it's just the whole coaching system that we have. With the Blue Jays, believe it or not, they're from St. Louis. But look at the whole coaching staff. They was there. They was doing the St. Louis baseball team before they got up. Before they didn't want to give them their contract. But shit, we gave him that contract, and it took him like years after. We got him. I think we got him like. I think we got dude in when. If I'm not sure, we might got him in 2015 or something like that. We might have him like I think we might have him. I don't know when. Yeah, 2015 we might picked him up from St. Louis from down with Kendra and them. And then he brought us once. And then we made it to like just the second round, but we ain't never made it. We got knocked out by the Texas Rangers. Oh, was it Texas? Something like that. Something like that. One of them Texas baseball teams. But what was I gonna say now? It's not Canadian. It's all American. Like even the players, like they're not one Canadian. I don't believe there's one Canadian on the team. But what I'm saying is, you don't need a friggin' $100 million Japanese player, or $200 million, like a $200 million. Those are the prices. The $300 million. That's ridiculous. So, like, you don't have to pay them because really, no American player is gonna get that much, but a European player, a Japanese or a Chinese player, they'll demand that much money. They'll demand that much money, and it's the way LA set up. They've been the rape them because what I'm seeing, I'm like, damn. I'm looking at this LA team. I'm like, damn, man, what happened? I thought this team was like, Because I haven't watched LA. I know LA was good, but I'm looking at LA team. I'm like, damn. No offense, but LA is LA. Like, you know what I mean? I just got a hold of Mr. Yashi. Mr. Yashi's back. Mr. Yashi's cleaning the floor. Mr. Yashi's selling the popcorn. Mr. Yashi's coaching the team. Like, y'all ain't had no black people. Y'all ain't gotta get no Caucasian people working. Like, Caucasian people, they clean floors too, and you know what it is? Because cleaning the floor at a baseball stadium pays a lot of money. A hockey arena, a basketball arena. When I'm looking at this LA, and I'm like, damn, Magic Johnson, the only nigga that everybody knows in the crowd. Now we gotta get at least, Yankees. I could say, yeah, everybody got a job. Mexican, Chinese, But I'm looking at this LA team like, damn. Like 85% of the team is run by Japanese people. They coaching staff, they pitchers, they main and that's a reason why they lost, because they got you have this guy batting, you have him pitching, but then someone else hit, but then you want him to be the main star. You want him to be the golden boy so bad to run the play, and that's why those last 2 games we win those, because you're trying to make him the face of the major league so bad that you want him to hit the ball, pitch the ball, plus when someone else hit the ball, you want him to run it home too, to be the person that bring the home run. It's crazy. We can't have that. We gotta no offense. As I said, I like people coming over, but to taking over a whole team like the Dodgers, this is why people are going for the Jays. You know what I mean? Real shit. It's crazy. It's a takeover. Run by the whole team. Listen, from the person that's taking up the trash, that's him. It's Japanese. Y'all don't see what's going on over there? Oh my God, it's crazy. Yeah, we can't do that. And that's the next thing I don't like. We can't have a job, right? That's how we say, oh, white people this, but white people, they give you a job. They're not gonna have they're not just gonna have all right. You're not gonna go to I don't know where, some place, but to have a whole Japanese team, which is the Dodgers. Because the Dodgers to me look like they're owned by the Japanese. I'm sorry, look like they're owned by the Japanese people. Everybody from Japan. There's nothing wrong with that, but you gotta at least give it somebody black. Let them clean the toilets too. Everybody, from the fucking janitor, the person, everybody is Japanese. I was like, wow, that's crazy. But I'm watching the Boston, and they got black. I'm watching the Boston was the Boston Red Sox, right? And I'm watching the Yankees. And I'm looking at their stadium, and I'm looking at the Jays, and I'm like, damn, well, they got a Chinese, they got a black, they got a Puerto Rican, they got a Mexican, you know what I mean? They got a lot, they got a lot of Caucasian, you know what I'm saying, baseball players. Well, we know Babe Ruth, we know, what's that dude right there? They said it was on the steroids. That black dude, what was his name? Barry Bonds or whatever his name is, whatever that dude was. But anyways, we got a lot of, my favorite, Ken Griffey Jr., you know what I mean, and Joe Carter. And then my Roberto Alomar, for me, for but I'm looking at the Yankees, the Dodgers, y'all went out into Mr. Yashi's sushi mode. Y'all over there eating foldable and all of that, pop chart, all that. Y'all because they show the commercial, right? Y'all see the camera on, it moves around. Japanese person selling the popcorn. We gotta stop doing that. You see, and this is why we don't have jobs, and this is why there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm looking at damn, we're sending back the Mexicans, and this is what's going on. We're sending back the Mexicans, and that's going on. Come on, we gotta have a Mexican, at least a couple Mexicans working at the Dodgers field, the Dodgers game. We gotta have a couple black. We can't just have the coaches black, half of the pitchers black, couple you know what I mean. And I get it. The owners might be white, but really and truly, it looks kind of a way where we're just getting people jobs and just letting them, giving them anybody jobs, and that's the next problem too. We can't just say, hey, people are taking the jobs, and just because we're winning, and we're paying somebody, it's like, okay, it's just like saying LeBron. It's just like with LeBron. You're bringing your son to work and he can't even perform. And then, you got people, and that's like crazy. That's the same thing that's going on. You know what I mean? But, it's crazy. When I watch the Dodgers, it's funny, yo. I'm sorry. I'm like, this is LA. Like, you know what I mean? We should have, like, people like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no offense. I'm just saying, it's LA. Like, LA right now is looking crazy. It's looking like it's dominated by Japanese people. Crazy. The whole baseball team. Madness. Mm-mm-mm. That is crazy, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. 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 I think this is it's crazy. Down to the person that's taking out the garbage is Japanese. And that was crazy to me. Like, crazy. And that's the same thing you do when you see if you got a Chinese person, you gonna see maybe like 5 white person, and 20 Chinese person, maybe like 2 black person. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Nobody else. That's it. That's it. That's the crazy part. When people say, "Oh, they're coming to the job," but you guys allow them to do that. You guys make it for them to do all that. You know what I mean? You guys allow them to do all that. That's crazy. I look at the Dodger Stadium and said, "Man, you know what I mean? Not one basketball player from LA. I thought I would have seen LeBron there or something. LeBron don't get along with them Japanese people. You know why LeBron's not there? LeBron is Nike. And Nike is Chinese. Now them Chinese people and Japanese people in competition. You can't really be at a game like that. Politics. Politics, I'm telling you. That's why the politics. That's why any good Japanese player always go to LA. Because any place that has a Chinese market, you ain't gonna get a good Japanese baseball player. That's why we ain't never got no Japanese player because we got a Chinese market. hmm Politics. That's why LeBron was not at. You don't see LeBron there. You don't see majority of them players with them big Nike contracts. You see what I'm saying? You don't see them on the LA Dodgers game because they got Nike contracts. That's why. You most likely see like the movie stars that don't have the contracts, like the movie stars and stuff like that. And certain players. That's it. You don't see certain things, but damn, man. The Japanese are dominating LA. They're dominating LA right now. Gotta say that. So that means majority of the stuff that you guys are getting in LA is not Chinese, it's Japanese. That's that's a big difference on the East Coast. You guys are getting Japanese product. Blood cut. Majority of the food that you guys are probably getting is not even not even real fried rice. It's probably not you guys are probably not even getting the fried rice and the wings, the real wings. You guys are getting the Japanese shit. You guys are not getting real Chinese food in LA, the blood clot. You guys are getting Japanese shit. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. I did not know the Japanese people over there dominating like that. I say, yo, the people, even down to the janitor. it's a Japanese. Yeah. Majority of it's crazy. Draco, what's good, fam? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Majority down to the pit. I say, how come them black people don't have no jobs in the Dodger Stadium? When I'm watching the Yankees, you got Mexican, Puerto Rican, black people, Chinese people, white people got jobs. Why is so much Japanese people? But you see Chinese people, you see Chinese people too. They're like that too. Well, they have an establishment. Majority of the people in the Indian like that too. You know what I mean? You want to talk? Me, I don't know. I gotta be a mix for me. You know what I mean? It gotta be a mix for me. And it gotta be a mix. And it gotta be like, I can't have a black people work with me that act like me. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You gotta act like themselves, but they gotta be different. They can't be like, man, let's be on that ignorant shit. Because I don't like dealing with that ignorant shit. I don't like to have, like, you should know, I don't like to have to check somebody out to act and operate. If I gotta show you to do something, how to make something, or to train you how to, do a recipe or something, that's cool. But to like act like a grown man or do something like you're supposed to do that we're the same age, it's not me. It's not, I don't like telling people what to do like that. Can't. Because then I don't like, then to see you outside I pick you to do the job. I want the job done, but otherwise to like, being like, oh, some people go overboard and do the other shit. Nah, it's too much. It's too much. But the Dodgers, man, I was shocked. I'm like, damn, Japanese controlling people over there. I wonder nobody want to go to LA and play for the Lakers. But it's just like Houston. They're controlled by Chinese people. Now I see why they want LeBron out of LA. The Arab switched into Japanese hand. They took over LA now. Not the Chinese people anymore. I'm seriously. That baseball, like, people understand. You might watch the game, but at the same time, you gotta watch and see in the crowd. Watch what's going on. It's just like you can know when a black person sell their business. You know what I mean? Or like because you can see the crowd who's behind. You know what I mean? It's just like YouTube. You see more Indian people. They shouldn't get put out there more because they get in the algorithm more because the CEO is Indian. He's like an Indian dude from Pakistan. So you know what I mean? They're pushing their people more. Go look it up if you think I'm lying. You know what I mean? And that's crazy. So, and that's what I'm saying. And that's for every workspace, every job. That's why it's good to have your own shit. Invest in your own self or invest in each other. You know what I mean? Because they're going to push their peoples first before they push us. The Dodgers game shows you, and it goes on everywhere. That's, everybody Japanese to Bamba. Everybody. And they're so cold with it and so bold that this Japanese manager will let this guy pitch, let him bat, and then let someone else hit the ball and then have him, even though he's not that fast. The only way he's gonna run the base to home run unless he hit a home run. He cannot hit a single and get himself home. He's gonna get out unless somebody comes and hit a home run. But he's like, you know what I'm saying? So he's not that great. It just his manager try to make him look like he's so good, like he's a baseball god or something like that. But he's not that. No, he's not that. Like I wouldn't put him over the Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans. I'm sorry, man. You know what I mean? That's why we shown him what's up. We on baseball. And the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans. And that's what we got. You know what I mean? And the Cubans. That's what that's that and every team got, and that's who LA they got, but they need more like the manager. He's not right. He's trying to make that boy do everything. He put everything in that Otai or whatever his name is kid. You know, he make him run the ball, pitch the ball. I'm not my bad. Him about run the ball. I'm thinking of football. He make him hit the ball, pitch, and when someone else hit and get Dave base hit, he's making him be the runner. Is he always want dude to be the face? Y'all don't see that? They operate different in the Yankee line. You know what I mean? And the Jays, they only do that. The Jays only do that if the player is tired, if the player hit a whole bunch of, a base hit or like hit a one hit or like an open field hit or a home run. Like, you know what I mean? I can understand that. But why you're putting your best player to do everything, you know what I mean? And then all the way down to the 8th hitting. And then the next day, it's stupid. It's pretty dumb. Anyways, I'm gonna get off this. I'm gonna see y'all in the next one. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Peter, Sonya, Massey, and Massey. Shout out to her family. I hope they. Shit, I hope. I hope this case we try and get what they want going on, because everybody else get what they got going on. Why she get what's going on? And I hope they get a lawsuit. I hope they get like a whole bunch of money on this lawsuit. And I mean you know what I'm saying? Help her family out, especially her kids, because shit, being a kid with no parent in the system, they'll do you raw and dirty. Yeah, I mean, and rob you. So hopefully she get taken care of. Yeah, we'll see y'all on the next one, y'all. I'll see y'all sometime next weekend. But the Jays beat LA tomorrow. Nah, I'm out.